Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Footsteps from the Fox Raceali. Chapter 128 Footsteps from the Fox Raceali. Yes, this book makes me feel like it's real. The characters in it are all. Sue Daji answered subconsciously because she was completely engrossed in it. It wasn't until he was distracted that he noticed Xiao Changtian. It's you. Sue Daji stood up in a hurry. After what happened last night, she had understood one thing. Black tortoise, phoenix, sky-devouring dog, chaos ant, white tiger, spirit monkey, these divine beasts were reared by this mortal. The person who could make these divine beasts recognize him as their master was definitely not an ordinary person. There was only one possibility. The person in front of him was an expert, a peerless expert. His cultivation was so high that it was unimaginable to her. Just like what was described in the novel, his cultivation had reached a certain level, making it difficult for her to pry into his cultivation. This was especially true for some experts who had returned to their original state. Their cultivation had reached the extreme, and their auras were like mortals. Sue Daji had figured it out last night. This was a peerless expert. However, as an expert, a human expert, he could naturally see through her foxy nature. Humans and demons were irreconcilable existences. However, the expert in front of him actually did not kill him. This meant that this expert was extremely kind or did not want to expose his identity and be contaminated by the power of karma. Sue Daji felt that it was the latter. Which expert was kind? Could it be that a person who was not ruthless could cultivate to a certain level? Impossible. A senior who considered karma when attacking was so terrifying. She did not dare to offend him. What kind of attitude is this? I'm not a bad person. Do you have to be so scared? I just asked you what you think of this book. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. He was not a bad person. The girl in front of him seemed to have seen a peerless expert and was so frightened. Was there a need to? Xiao Changtian was speechless. This book can be called an epic masterpiece. Whether it's the world described, the people in the world, or the cultivation techniques, it's simply as if they're real. Sue Daji barked a lot, her face full of surprise. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. However, Xiao Changtian didn't care much about what he said after that. He only knew that Sue Daji was praising this book. One thought female readers would only read romance novels like Overbearing President Fell in Love with Me, Sweet Love, and so on. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to be so different. Fantasy novels even have a market for female readers. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. I wrote this book. Xiao Changtian smiled and walked back to the inn. Only Sue Daji's shocked back was left. This book is, did Senior write it? No wonder. No wonder. Sue Daji was overjoyed. No wonder the senior in front of her could raise the black tortoise and other divine beasts. It turned out that he was an old monster who had survived from the era in the book. Hiss. Sue Daji took a deep breath and looked shocked. But suddenly, her gaze became determined. I want to take Senior as my master. That way, I can kill Grand Elder and avenge Uncle Fu. Want to find the reason why my parents disappeared. Sue Daji thought to herself. Then, he put away the book in his hand and walked back to his room. He began to consider how to take an expert as his master. At the same time, among the nine-tailed fox tribe, a burly man in silver armor revealed an extremely angry expression. With a slap, he killed the two first-stage tribulation transcenders who had stopped Sue Daji. You two are trash, yet you were held back by an old fellow. Damn it. The burly man's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, all the experts present were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to move. This burly man was the great elder of the nine-tailed fox race. The leader of the nine-tailed fox clan was Sue Daji's father. However, after Sue Daji's parents disappeared, the entire fox clan was led by the great elder. Many people were secretly guessing that the first elder had killed the clan leader. However, no one dared to question it. Except for Sue Daji. In the entire White Fox clan, The head elder was at the 9th stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. He was the strongest, but he had also become cruel and heartless. He often killed people. Whether they were low-level cultivators or tribulation transcendence experts, the head elder would kill them without hesitation. There was no difference. No one in the hall dared to speak. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ghost Fox, Tianchong, you two go and capture the Saintess. After a long time, the burly man said in a deep voice. Yes. The two elders looked at each other and hurriedly nodded in response. Then, the two of them disappeared from the hall and left the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. What's wrong with the Great Elder? He's like a completely different person from a few years ago. Could it be that the patriarch was really killed by the Great Elder? Elder Ghost Fox said in a deep voice. I don't know. We don't need to know about these things. Our current mission is to capture the Saintess. Elder Tian Chong said in a deep voice. The two of them remained silent and did not speak anymore. They followed Su Daji's aura according to the special secret method of the Fox clan. Very quickly, the two of them arrived in front of the inn. This is the place. Elder Tianchong's face was filled with joy. Inside the room, opening the window, Su Daji, who was thinking about a problem, saw the two of them immediately. In an instant, Su Daji hurriedly closed the window. The Nine-Tailed Fox race is chasing after us. What should we do? What should we do? Su Daji was shocked and restless. She paced back and forth in the room. She recognized the two people who came. They were Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong. These two people were both experts at the 2nd level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I'm dead for sure. They must have listened to the Great Elder's orders and come to capture me. Now it seems that it was the Great Elder who harmed my parents. Damn it. Su Daji gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. The current situation was very dangerous. If she was captured and brought back, she could only become the Great Elder's furnace and be completely useless. It was impossible for her to take revenge in this lifetime. No, I have to think of a way, Su Daji was extremely anxious. Her mind was spinning rapidly. Perhaps it was because she was nervous that she had pushed herself to her limits. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. She thought of Xiao Changtian. Now, she could only seek Xiao Changtian's protection. If he could obtain Xiao Changtian's protection, then Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong would not be able to take him away today. That's right, let's do it. Su Daji was overjoyed and instantly calmed down. Even if she followed the senior, she could still make the two elders in the Tribulation Transcendence realm afraid. I'm really smart. Su Daji smiled and walked straight to the door of the room. Anyway, her room was not far from Xiao Changtian, so she could definitely find the senior before the two elders came up. However, just as she reached the door, heavy footsteps sounded outside the room. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, New Disciple Mission, Heading to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, 1. Chapter 129, New Disciple Mission, Heading to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, 1. Ding. He issued a mission to take in a demon as a disciple. Xiao Changtian simply fed a few turtles and chatted with Alpha. However, in these two games, Alpha had improved rapidly. He was still playing with Alpha at 10% of his previous strength, but Alpha was already able to play a dozen more pieces with him. After doing all this, Xiao Changtian felt a little tired. He lay down on the bed and prepared to count the silver notes. The white banknotes were pressed under his pillow. The bookstore in the victorious East Continent was sold well like hotcakes once again. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the North Moon Empire, so he was extremely at ease. However, suddenly, the system notification sounded. Accept a demon as a disciple? System, are you asking me to die? If I were to take in a member of the demon race, wouldn't I be beaten to death by the immortal cultivators? There are no legends of heroes on the Tianyuan continent, nor are there any sadistic relationships between humans and demons. The two races are existences that cannot tolerate life and death. Xiao Changtian questioned the system. However, the system displayed its usual characteristic, silence. He didn't say a words. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. This stupid system was really unreliable. This was clearly asking him to court death. However, Xiao Changtian thought about it and realized that there was a bug when he recruited Jiang Beichen. Taking a disciple whose cultivation talent was determined as a disciple, but he was handing over his disciple's calligraphy, which proved that the system tacitly approved of using bugs. Then what is the bug this time? Xiao Changtian's eyes were deep as he thought about it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Demon race. That was a demon. A vixen was also counted. Was that woman from last night a vixen? She looked so enchanting. Forget it. In order to complete the mission, I'll save you from danger. System, I'll take that vixen as my disciple. Is this okay? Xiao Changtian asked calmly, waiting for the system's reply. Ding. Sure. This time, the system's correct notification sounded very quickly. Beautiful. Xiao Changtian was pleasantly surprised. He walked out of the room. Now that they were going to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, he could invite Su Daji. Along the way, he could use all 18 martial arts to conquer Su Daji and make her acknowledge him as her master. Just like Jiang Beichen. A painting was enough. Therefore, Xiao Chang walked out of the room and knocked on Su Daji's door. Heavy footsteps and knocking sounds could be heard. Inside the room, Su Daiji heard the heavy footsteps and the knocking on the door. She was instantly shocked. It's over. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong came so quickly. I'm dead. Su Daji stood in front of the door, her heart in despair. He closed his eyes and quietly waited for his tragic fate to descend. What are you doing? Why aren't you opening the door for me? Outside the room, Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. Helpless, he could only shout, "Please open the door." As soon as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Su Daji, who was in the room, was overjoyed. It wasn't Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong. I'm here. I'll open the door now. Su Daji's face was filled with joy. It was Senior. She did not expect Senior to knock on her door. That was great. She was safe now. She was almost scared to death. Senior. The moment she opened the door, Su Daji greeted him with a smile. She did not hide the sincerity in her eyes. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Senior? Could it be? Is it because of my book? Xiao Changtian thought about it. There were many people who called him Senior, and each of them had various reasons. As for the woman in front of him, this was the most reasonable explanation. He had been reading the book so seriously before, so he must have been mesmerized by the brilliance in the book. After she found out that she was the author, she became her female fan. Yes, this is the most reasonable explanation, Xiao Changtian thought. At the same time, he felt relieved. He was a female fan. Naturally, it was easy to negotiate. He would take it as if he was paying for her to travel. I've called you here this time because I have something to tell you. We're going to a place, and we're leaving this inn today. I want to invite you to follow us. We will go to many places, and we will be able to accomplish many things. However, before Xiao Changtian could finish his sentence, Su Daji nodded and agreed to his conditions. I'm willing. Senior, I'm willing. Su Daji nodded heavily, almost shaking her head. To be able to follow by the side of such a mighty figure like Senior, even if the great elder came personally, it would only be a matter of Senior slapping him. He definitely could not let go of this opportunity. 1 foot 11 inches find an opportunity to express my feelings to Senior on the way. After that, he could naturally take her as his master. This was a good opportunity. Both of them had smiles on their faces. One was to achieve his goal and effortlessly complete the system's mission. The other was ecstatic. Anyone would like a chance to save their lives. All right, then you can pack your things and set off in an hour. I'll be responsible for you along the way. Xiao Changtian said lightly. There's no need, Senior. I, the goddess of beauty, have packed my things. When Su Daji heard that Xiao Changtian would take responsibility for her, She was overjoyed like a child. She casually picked up a package and could set off now. So fast. Xiao Changtian looked at the scene in front of him and was slightly surprised. Where are your girls, cosmetics and big bags of clothes? Although he was surprised, Xiao Changtian didn't care. Since he was ready, he could set off. Let's get ready to set off. Xiao Changtian once again held the white tiger in his hands. The turtle rode on the fat Rongrong's head. The ant crouched on fatty Rongrong's shoulder. Wang Miaoshou, Taoist Big Sun, Jiang Beichen, and Chu Yiren all came out of the room. Senior, who is she? The first thing Chu Yiren saw was Su Daji. She frowned, suddenly feeling a strong sense of oppression. Her body was hot and full, but the woman in front of her was charming. She immediately compared herself to Su Daji. She will follow us to Jiuer's hometown, Xiao Changtian said lightly. However, when he mentioned his name, he remembered that he had not asked for his name. What's your name again? Senior, my name is Su Daji. Su Daji said respectfully and smiled at everyone. For a moment, her smile was filled with charm. It was natural and graceful, and extremely charming. Su Daji? A good name. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. This name was indeed a vixen. No wonder the system prompt was correct. Everyone went downstairs. Only Chu Yiren was staring at Su Daji, her heart aching. Chapter 130 Ghost Fog Forest Plan 1. Chapter 130 Ghost Fog Forest Plan 1. They went downstairs. During the process of going downstairs, Su Daji followed Xiao Changtian closely. She was afraid that if the two elders suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be impossible to guard against them. She might be captured by the two elders. Only by following Senior's side would it be the safest. However, when everyone went downstairs, Su Daji was relieved. A middle-aged man in gray sat at the door. His aura was restrained, but one could already tell that this person was extraordinary. He had a square face, and there was a noble air between his brows. There was a small cloth bag beside his hand. The small cloth bag was filled with all kinds of gemstones. They sparkled and looked extremely gorgeous. Su Daji knew this person. He was a famous heavenly master named Zhang Daolin. They specialized in hunting demons and subduing demons. His strength was even more tyrannical. He was at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, this person was arrogant by nature and only liked to draw talismans and collect demons. Outside the door, Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong had already disappeared. Clearly, they had been intimidated by this person and had left. Su Daji heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ghost Fox and Tianchong disappear. She had the most brilliant treasure of the Fox clan that could conceal her aura. It was given to her by the Fox clan's patriarch, who was also her father. Unless one's cultivation was above the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, one would not be able to discover her identity as a 9-tailed fox. Xiao Changtian and the others were about to leave. At this moment, Zhang Daolin stood up and stood in front of Xiao Changtian. Su Daji was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Daolin had discovered her aura? He recognized that he was a 9-tailed fox demon. But the next moment, Su Daji relaxed. Excuse me, are you the author of this book? Zhang Daolin asked slowly. Zhang Daolin took out a book from his waist. It was published by Xiao Changtian in the East Victory Continent. It's me. Is there a problem? Xiao Changtian looked at Zhang Daolin in front of him and was surprised. Could this be his male fan? A large-scale star-chasing scene. This feeling was really good. No problem. Your book is truly a divine book. Even after flipping through it, I feel as if a magnificent world has appeared in my heart. It's as if I'm there. It's amazing. Zhang Daolin praised. The main reason was that he had no hope of breaking through in the past few years. He had visited various experts, including experts like Taoist Xingyun, but no one had any enlightenment. He happened to travel to the East Victory Continent and saw this novel. In an instant he was entranced. The world and plane described in the book seemed to be real. He even had some insights, which made his realm loosen up again. In a few days, he easily passed the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm that he had been unable to break through for a long time. Originally, he wanted to pay a visit to the senior. However, at this moment, he had seen Xiao Changtian and his cultivation. Mortals! Zhang Daolin didn't know what to say. This book was actually written by a mortal. Could it be that the contents were all fabricated? Among the people before him, other than the red-bearded middle-aged man who was at the soul formation pinnacle stage, the only one left was Chu Iran. The others didn't seem to have any cultivation. Could it be that this person was the young master of some clan who had brought his guards here to play? Forget it. Whether it's a mortal or a senior, since you've helped me break through, Zhang Daolin will definitely repay this favor. The 2 White Fox clan experts from before were at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Their gazes were fixed on the room upstairs, and their target should be this person in front of them. I'll escort you all the way. Zhang Daolin thought to himself and said, I happen to have nothing to do. I wonder if one can go with you and discuss some problems in novels? Of course you can. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed. What reason did he have to reject the fans coming personally? He couldn't refuse. Thus, the group set off in a grandiose manner. Damn it, this Zhang Daolin actually came out to cause trouble, Elder Tianchong angrily said. With Zhang Daolin present, we have no way of capturing the Saintess. Now, we can only contact some friends on the road ahead. Not far ahead, there's a ghost fog forest. It's an expert at the 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It's perfect to set up a trap in the haunted house forest, Elder Ghost Fox said coldly. Good. Elder Tianchong nodded in response. The 2 of them flashed and arrived in the ghost fog forest ahead of time. At the same time, Monkey Wukong could not stay idle along the way. He shuttled through the forest, disappearing from time to time and reappearing from time to time. Alright, go play by yourself. Just follow us. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He was currently discussing the plot of the novel with Zhang Daolin, so he couldn't care less. Monkey was overjoyed when he heard that. How could he not keep up? The Tianyuan continent did not even have much land. They could arrive at any time they wanted. Ugly Turtle, why don't you go ahead and play? Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, provoking Black Tortoise. Damned monkey, are you courting death? The Black Tortoise was furious. This was the 2nd time that he had been called an ugly turtle. He couldn't bear it. In an instant, the monkey and the turtle chased each other and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Xiao Changtian did not care about them. He and Zhang Daolin were like old friends at first sight. They chatted happily and Zhang Daolin even completely accepted some of the concepts on Planet Blue and proposed new ideas. Brother Xiao, one feel that the Lightning Rush Talisman can actually be improved a little. Among the demons and monsters, there are the 2 demons and monsters. It's possible, but there are limitations. For example, the 2 of them chatted like this along the way. Xiao Changtian felt like he had met an old friend. Zhang Daolin, on the other hand, felt that although the person in front of him was a mortal, every thought was completely in line with the path of cultivation. It was even a perfect state. He could even get guidance on his cultivation problems when he mixed them into the content of the novel. It was as if a casual sentence from Xiao Changtian could bring him endless opportunities. If he didn't observe Xiao Changtian and confirm that he didn't have any cultivation, he would have thought that Xiao Changtian was some kind of peerless old monster. Could it be that this is the rumored heaven's jealousy physique? Because his talent was too terrifying, and every thought and action was close to the great Tao, the heavens deprived him of his luck in cultivation? Zhang Daolin frowned. When his master told him about it previously, he did not believe it. However, after meeting Xiao Changtian, he believed it. Sigh, Brother Xiao is such a pitiful person. Forget it, after this trip is over, I'll give a Dao seal to little brother. At least it can ensure his safety. Zhang Daolin thought to himself. As for the ghost fog forest ahead, we have to be more vigilant. Zhang Daolin's expression turned grave. Chapter 131 Chapter 131, Is there danger? Chapter 131, Is there danger? Ghost Fog Forest. It was a vast expanse of white fog. The white fog was so vast that it blocked one's vision. Even cultivators who were transcending the tribulation would lose their direction when they walked in it. They even fell into the array formation trap in the Ghost Fog Forest and were unable to extricate themselves. This was the terrifying part of the misty Ghost Forest. Fellow Taoist Ghost Mist, thank you for helping us this time. It's a favor that our nine-tailed fox clan owes you. In the future, when you come to our nine-tailed fox clan, you will definitely repay us. Although they were both demons, they often schemed against each other. However, ever since Mu Jiahuang became the empress and established the Nine Phoenix dynasty, the demons began to contact each other. Many ninth-level tribulation transcendence demon sovereigns even established the Demon King Palace. Therefore, the sixth-level tribulation transcendence experts in the Ghost Fog Forest had to give the Nine-Tailed Fox clan some face. The great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an expert of the Demon King Palace. Don't worry. In the Ghost Fog Forest, one can even fight an eighth-level tribulation transcendence expert. The Ghost Mist Forest is my world. Ghost Fog laughed. With a wave of his hand, countless black shadows flashed within the entire Ghost Fog Forest. Ghost Fox and Tianchong were instantly crushed by the terrifying aura. In the fog, there were thousands of roads, but there were frost, fire, flood, lightning. Countless arrays were lingering within. Killing formations were everywhere, and if one was not careful, they would be shattered into pieces. The tribulation transcending experts were no exception. It's indeed terrifying. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong felt a chill run down their spines when they sensed that their divine senses had been destroyed. If they walked in, there would definitely be no bones left. So what if it's Zhang Daolin? He'll definitely die in the Ghost Fog Forest. At that time, we can easily bring the Holy Maiden back. The two elders sneered. Clang! At this moment, in the misty Ghost Forest, a vigilant voice sounded. The voice was loud and clear, indicating that someone had broken into the misty Ghost Forest. He's here. Ghost Fog's eyes lit up and he immediately began to control the array. With a wave of his hand, a circle formed by fog appeared in front of the three of them. Inside the circle, it showed the arrival of the Ghost Fog Forest. A monkey? A turtle? Why did it turn out like this? Ghost Fog frowned. Those people hadn't arrived yet. Strange. Even Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong were dumbfounded. What the hell was this monkey and turtle doing? Don't be anxious, fellow Taoist Ghostly Mist. They should still need some time to arrive. Ghost Fox smiled awkwardly. It's okay, don't worry, just take this Ghost Fog sneered. His face that was like skin and bones had a terrifying smile. With a wave of his hand, endless flames instantly burned within the range of the two of them. The moment it started burning, even the rocks cracked and turned into dust. Damned monkey, stop for this Sea King. If you have the ability, then fight. In the Ghost Fog Forest, the turtle was furious. He couldn't tolerate being called a stinky turtle. This monkey had to be taught a lesson. However, the monkey was extremely agile and could move freely through the forest. The speed of the two of them had reached a certain level. However, all of a sudden, a sky full of flames surrounded the two of them. Hey, you dare to block your grandpa monkey's path, you're courting death. Wukong snorted coldly and punched out. The flames in front of him were instantly extinguished. The turtle and monkey began to chase each other again. What is it? It's actually a demon with some strength? Seeing the scene in the mirror, Ghost Mist and the other two were shocked. Did this monkey and turtle extinguish the fire array? It seemed that his strength was not low. Hee, interesting. Two demons who haven't transformed yet dare to provoke me? You have to pay the price for provoking me. Ghost Fog was furious. Two little demons dared to destroy his array formation in front of the two nine-tailed foxes. He couldn't take it. Hence, he decided to do it. Ghost Fog snorted coldly and immediately began to activate the array formation in the Ghost Fog forest. Ghostly fog rises, killing formation rises. Gui Wu said coldly. He controlled the killing array in the Ghost Fog forest and continuously attacked the turtle and the spirit monkey. Rumble. Lightning flashed. Voila! Countless icicles fell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of sword light came from nowhere. Countless killing formation attacks fell like dense raindrops. Fellow Taoist Ghost Mist, isn't this a little too much? That's right. With so many array formations, wouldn't even a tribulation transcending expert be heavily injured? Ghost Fox and Tian Chong said in agreement. Even the two of them felt a chill down their spines as they looked at those terrifying attacks. In the Ghost Fog forest, the black tortoise and the spirit monkey that were chasing did not care about these attacks at all and continued chasing. When those attacks landed on their bodies, it was like raindrops falling on their skin. There were no traces. What? This time, it directly shocked Ghost Mist. The methods just now could even kill a 6th-level tribulation transcendence expert. However, the two demons in front of him did not move at all and did not cause any ripples. Run! Ghost Fog immediately sensed that something was wrong. These two demons were not simple. He was definitely not their match. Ghostly Mist shouted, reminding Ghostly Fox and Sky Chong. However, Ghost Fox and Tian Chong had long disappeared. These two old foxes. Ghost Fog cursed and started to run away, but it was too late. Monkey and Black Tortoise had already appeared in front of him. You dare to secretly satisfy this Sea King? Pa! Black Tortoise said angrily. He slapped Ghost Fog's body, and Ghost Fog flew out like a cannonball. You guys? Ghost Fog was furious. He was a dignified expert who was transcending the tribulation, yet he was actually slapped in the face by someone. Although he was not a match for him, he could not be humiliated like this. In an instant, Ghost Fog was enraged and wanted to stand up and fight. However, just as he turned around, a black tortoise phantom that was as tall as the sky and a divine monkey that came from the primordial chaos. Black tortoise, divine monkey, divine beast, this. A suppression from his bloodline made Ghost Mist not dare to move at all. He was originally just a snake demon that swallowed clouds and spat out smoke. Facing the black tortoise and the other divine beasts, they did not dare to move at all. Another round of beatings. On the other side, when he saw the Ghost Fog forest, Zhang Daolin's expression also became solemn. He said solemnly, "It's not peaceful up ahead. There's a snake demon on the ground. We have to be careful." Zhang Daolin's expression was vigilant. He was on full alert as he held the heavenly lightning talisman in his hand. Dangerous? What danger? It's just such a small snake? Xiao Changtian asked in confusion. He pointed at a small snake that looked like an earthworm and a palm-sized mist. What this? What's going on? Zhang Daolin was incomparably shocked as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Chapter 132 Chapter 132, Fishing by the Lake, Exchange of. Chapter 132, Fishing by the Lake, Exchange of. Talismans for gourds. _I. Is this the snake demon Ghost Mist? Zhang Daolin was extremely shocked, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this little snake crawling in front of him the phantom fog dire monster? However, Ghostly Mist had turned into a small snake and seemed to have lost his cultivation. He had been seriously injured by someone. Who did this? The Ghost Fog Forest was the Ghost Fog's territory. With the Ghost Fog Forest, even an 8th-level Tribulation Transcendence expert could fight. He could even kill them. However, he was beaten back to his original state. It was a tragic sight. Coo! In the next moment, the old hen ran over and directly swallowed the small snake. What danger is there? Xiao Changtian laughed. A small snake could even swallow an old hen. It seemed that this male fan was quite timid. Let's walk a little further and take a break, Xiao Changtian said lightly. There was still a long way to go before Jiao Er's hometown. He could not relax now. However, he couldn't rush too fast. If he died while walking, wouldn't there be problems? He still had to start the path of invincibility. If he died midway, wouldn't it be a loss? The experience of staying up late to cultivate and dying in his previous life told him that he must pay attention to his body. Thus, the few of them walked forward for a distance. They arrived in front of a lake. The lake was extremely clear, and the fish were playing. All right, let's rest here and fish, Xiao Changtian said lightly. There were a few fishing rods in the ring of the Great Sun Immortal. Fishing rod. When the Great Sun Immortal heard about fishing, he immediately took out the fishing rod from his ring. But the fishing rod only has 2 pieces of the 3. It doesn't seem to be enough. Xiao Changtian looked troubled. How could 2 fishing rods be enough for so many people? One don't like fishing. The Great Sun Immortal was the first to speak. Master, I don't know how to fish. There are some herbs nearby. Wang Miaoshu shook his head and left. Master, I don't know how to fish either. I'll help second senior brother. Jiang Beichen shook his head as well. Senior, I have something to do with Daji. We won't disturb you, Chu Iren said with a smile on her face as she pulled Su Daji away. In that case, I'll go fishing with you. We can talk about the novel. Zhang Daolin smiled and walked over. He picked up a fishing rod and sat down in front of the lake. In fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to give the talisman to Xiao Changtian. This time, it might have been good luck to encounter an expert who attacked Gui Wu. But next time, obviously, he would not be so lucky. Xiao Changtian was a mortal after all. After he had repaid the favor of his breakthrough, he would leave. He couldn't just watch Xiao Changtian get killed by a demon, could he? If he left behind a life-saving talisman, it could at least ensure that Xiao Changtian would survive a fatal crisis. All right. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Zhang Daolin was to his liking. They could chat about anything. This was the first time he had had such a happy conversation after crossing over to the Tianyuan continent. As for Phoenix and the others, they left silently to chase after Black Tortoise. Xiao Chang'an had just sat down when Zhang Daolin spoke. Little brother, have you ever blamed fate or complained about anything? Zhang Daolin asked tentatively. Along the way, he had already guessed that Xiao Chang'an in front of him should have the rumored heaven's jealousy physique. Such a system was rarely seen in 10,000 years. No, not in 100,000 years. Those who possessed such a constitution had supreme talent, spiritual roots, and wisdom, but they were unable to cultivate. Anyone would blame themselves and even blame the heavens for being unfair. After all, there are always some unhappy things in life. Xiao Changtian thought for a moment before answering. He wasn't just complaining. He had to scold the system every day, all right? This stupid system was deliberately increasing the difficulty for him. When would he be able to open the path of invincibility? Sigh. Xiao Changtian sighed. He looked at the surface of the lake, calm and deep. Zhang Daolin could see the endless loneliness in his face through the side profile that was filled with melancholy. It was a feeling of being able to possess the strongest Tao, but unable to touch it. It really is the heaven's jealousy physique. This time, Zhang Daolin was even more certain. However, it's useless to complain. It can't change anything. The most important thing in life is still happiness. Xiao Changtian said lightly. What should he do if he got sick from holding it in? If he were to suffer internal injuries and die before opening the path of invincibility, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? That's right. The main thing in life is happiness. Although Zhang Daolin did not agree, he was still an immortal cultivator. Why would he tell mortals about this? Brother Xiao, here is a talisman that I got from a cultivator. It can kill evil spirits. I'll give it to you. Zhang Daolin took out a yellow talisman and handed it to Xiao Changtian. Kill evil. Xiao Changtian was stunned. This was good stuff. Compared to that unreliable Mo Tianji, this should be a treasure. However, he could not accept such an expensive gift. No, I don't need it. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. He usually did not provoke demons, ghosts, and the like. Moreover, there was still the Great Sun Immortal. The Immortal of Great Sun had made another breakthrough recently. It seemed that he had broken through to the divinity transformation stage. That was the incarnation realm. One slap could blow up a mountain. That day, when he was looking at the horizon, he happened to see the Great Sun Immortal making a move. A slap, a slap. In an instant, 100-meter-tall mountain was blown up. That scene was extremely sensational. It had left an indelible impression in his heart. Brother Xiao, one still have a lot of these talismans on me. Take them. If you think they're valuable, you can use this small wooden gourd hanging on your waist to exchange for them. Zhang Daolin smiled faintly and immediately changed the topic. Really? It's true. Then I won't give in. Xiao Changtian took down the gourd on his waist. His woodcarving skills had reached the realm of great success. This was what he had done when he had nothing to do at that time. After the two of them exchanged, Xiao Changtian put the talisman into his pocket. Zhang Daolin casually hung it beside the cloth bag at his waist. A small wooden carving was not worthy of his attention. The purpose of doing this was to give Xiao Changtian a way out. What could a small gourd do? Could it be used to subdue demons? Don't be ridiculous. Compared to his life-saving talisman, it was simply worthless. However, it can also be considered a memorial, Zhang Daolin thought to himself. At the same time, two white fox elders appeared in the Bone Charm Palace. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 I'm going to the restroom. The old turtle is attacking a beautiful eye. Chapter 133 I'm going to the restroom. The old turtle is attacking a beautiful eye. In front of the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, was a charming woman lying on a leather bench. The woman's figure was hot. She protruded when she should and concave when she should. The curves on her body were enchanting and moving. Just one movement was enough to make most men fantasize. Gulp. Even the two elders, Ghost Fox and Skyrush, swallowed their saliva. Why, do you two elders want to play with me? I'm proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Come on, play with me? Let me experience the bravery of the two elders. Kikik. The woman let out a series of silver-like laughter and stretched out her slender hand, as if she had a kind of soul-seducing charm. Fortunately, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong knew about this woman. She was the princess of the Bone Demon Palace, a white bone demon. The most powerful method was to make people lose their minds and become puppets. Previously, there was an 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert who could not resist the temptation. In the end, when he clashed with the Bone Succubus Empress, he was controlled and lost his mind. Demon Empress Bone Succubus controlled this 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert and destroyed his sect. In the end, he even made that 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert commit suicide. His methods could be said to be extremely ruthless. Therefore, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong only dared to fantasize. As members of the nine-tailed fox race, they were completely familiar with the Tao of Charm. Therefore, it was relatively easy for them to circulate their cultivation to resist. Demon Emperor Ghastly, we are here to trade with you. Elder Tianchong said in a deep voice as he threw out a pearl. Jade Blood Pearl? Upon seeing this pearl, the Bone Charm Monster Emperor's expression changed, and she withdrew her charm. Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong finally felt the pressure on them decrease. His back was covered in cold sweat. What do you want me to help you with? Tell me. The bone succubus empress picked up the blood nosebleed pearl and said with a delighted expression. She was a white bone spirit, so she needed to replenish her qi and blood every once in a while. However, with the nosebleed pearl, it was not so troublesome. Swallowing the jade blood pearl could replenish the qi and blood in his body. Bone succubus monster emperor, we would like to ask you to kill a person? Zhang Daolin. As for the rest, we can handle it ourselves. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong explained the situation. All right, no problem. Demon Emperor Ghastly smiled with an extremely charming expression. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Ghost Fox and Tianchong looked at each other and followed closely behind. Very quickly. The three of them soon arrived at the place where Xiao Changtian and the others were resting. Cuckoo, this little brother has delicate skin and tender flesh. Moreover, I can sense the strength within his body. It should be very surging and passionate. I really want to try this little brother. Bone Succubus Emperor looked at the lake and saw Xiao Changtian. He immediately licked his lips and revealed a greedy expression, as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Changtian alive and play with him. Ghost Fox and Tianchong watched from afar without saying a word. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ghost Fox and Tianchong hurriedly hid tens of thousands of meters away. They saw a black tortoise. Girl, you're so beautiful. This sea king will give you many roses. Black Tortoise rode on Fatty Rongrong's head, a rose in its mouth, revealing a lecherous expression, staring at Bone Succubus Monster Emperor's mountain peak. Where did this stinky turtle come from? Scram, or I'll smash your turtle head off. The Bone Charm Monster Emperor said disdainfully. This cuckold turtle was really ugly. What did you say? How can you talk to this sea king like that? I see that you're pretty, so don't be ungrateful. This sea king is magnanimous, so I'll give you another chance to rephrase your words. Black Tortoise said in a deep voice. Humph, stinky turtle, you're courting death. Ghastly Demon Emperor's expression changed. He slapped down. His stance was aimed at the turtle's head. He wanted to slap it off. This king of the sea is angry. Seeing that the beauty in front of him actually wanted to make a move, Black Tortoise was instantly furious. The Black Tortoise stared into the eyes of the ghastly Demon Emperor. In an instant, a huge shadow of the Black Tortoise appeared in his sea of consciousness. The Black Tortoise phantom was at the same level as the sky, and its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Around the Black Tortoise, boundless seawater poured in as if it wanted to drown the heavens. In front of the Black Tortoise's aura, the ghastly Demon Emperor instantly softened. She sat on the ground and looked at the Black Tortoise in disbelief. She was suppressed by both her aura and bloodline, and her entire body trembled. Even the clothes in front of her were exposed to a large area of snow white. It made it seem even more like the peaks were gathering and the waves were raging. Black Tortoise, big. Lord, please spare my life. Kneeling on the ground, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor's voice was trembling, and her face was filled with fear. Who would have thought that they would encounter Black Tortoise here? Was Black Tortoise someone he could provoke? When Ghost Fox and Tianchong saw this, they exchanged a glance and disappeared. He only grumbled a few words about how he was afraid of running into this damned turtle everywhere before running away. As for the ghastly Demon Emperor, how could they care? At this moment, Xiao Changtian, who was fishing, stood up. He seemed to have heard a turtle cry. It seemed to be in the forest behind him. Did something happen to the turtle? Brother Zhang, I'm going to the small forest at the back to relieve myself. Xiao Changtian found an excuse to check on the green-haired turtle. After all, he couldn't hear the turtle's cry clearly. Yes. Zhang Daolin nodded. Mortals couldn't abstain from eating, so it was normal for them to do things that were convenient. Xiao Changtian stood up and nodded slightly. Then he left and walked into the small forest. Is there a sound over there? It seems like a woman is calling out. Forget it, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Changtian followed the voice and walked over. The tall grass blocked his vision. Xiao Changtian spent a lot of effort to get out of the grass. Then he saw that the old turtle was actually facing that woman. It kept roaring. You old turtle, are you trying to scare me again? Are you courting death? Xiao Changtian was furious. This old turtle didn't do proper things all day and only scared these weak women. Xiao Changtian then kicked him. Bang! The old turtle rolled far away. Seeing that it was Xiao Changtian, he immediately hid in his turtle shell and shivered, not daring to move. You old turtle, you're actually bullying me again. You don't take my words to heart, do you? Xiao Changtian followed up with a few more kicks. The black tortoise hid in its shell and was kicked around by Xiao Changtian like a rubber ball. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. It's over, the bone succubus monster emperor's strength is too terrifying. Chapter 134. It's over, the bone succubus monster emperor's strength is too terrifying. This person is kicking RHE Black Tortoise? Divine Beast Black Tortoise? This person is not an ordinary person. Is a peerless expert? Seeing the turtle being kicked, the bone succubus monarch felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was scared silly. The aura of the divine Beezer Black Tortoise gave her the feeling that it was even stronger than a ninth-stage tribulation transcendence expert. It might even be the rumored Mahayana realm. However, the person in front of him was kicking the black tortoise like a rubber ball. Oh my god! Hiss! Bone succubus monster emperor gasped in fear. So, if SG could treat Black Tortoise like this, it meant that the person in front of him was far stronger than Black Tortoise. Moreover, she saw our Black Tortoises still trembling. It was a trembling that came from the soul. The cultivation of this person in front of him must have far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation before, so he thought that this person was immortal. That was because the person in front of him was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was difficult to spy on it. When he thought about how this person was a human and he was a demon, the human and demon races had always been at loggerheads. Would the expert in front of him directly lull him? The Bone Charm Monster Emperor closed her eyes, not daring to look at the scene before her. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Just looking at it made her shiver. However, after a quarter of an hour, she still did not feel any danger. She couldn't help but open her eyes. He's gone, quote. The Bone Charm Monster Emperor was puzzled. Xiao Changtian and the Black Tortoise had disappeared. Could it be that Senior has let me go? Ghastly Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. What she didn't know was that Xiao Changtian saw that she was too scared. He wanted to wake her up, but after thinking about it, he left directly. It was better to let this girl calm down and leave after she calmed down. After a while, Changtian came back. He saw that everyone was resting and not producing much. The old hen, Alpha, and Monkey were all back. It was Chu Irin and Su Daji. The two of them suddenly smiled and stuck together, which he couldn't understand. In just an hour, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. In reality, Chu Irin had originally dragged Su Daji to battle. However, after Su Daji told her what had happened, Chu Irin instantly understood that she had wanted to take Senior as her master, nor marry him. In an instant, Chu Irin let down her guard against Su Daji. They had directly changed from love rivals to good sisters who talked about everything. Then let's begin our journey. Xiao Changtian said lightly. All right. Everyone nodded and began to move forward. However, Zhang Daolin stood up. In an instant, the red gem on his Daolin bag suddenly flickered with light. The flashing light meant that there were demons nearby. Brother Xiao, you guys go first. I'll go up in a while. I'll go find something. Zhang Daolin found an excuse and walked into the small forest behind him. Then let's go. Xiao Changtian led the group forward. He probably went to the woods to relieve himself. Tea time was very fast. There was no need to wait. Xiao Changtian and the others walked ahead while Zhang Daolin walked into the small forest and bumped into Bone's succubus monster emperor. "You are Ghastly Demon Emperor?" Zhang Daolin frowned and was instantly shocked. Could it be that Demon Emperor Ghastly had been waiting here to ambush them? Thinking of this, Zhang Daolin felt a chill down his spine. Forget it. Brother Xiao is my benefactor. You, Ghastly Demon Emperor, still want to ambush him. Zhang Daolin said solemnly. The Bone Succubus Empress in front of him was stronger than him and was at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even though he had recently broken through to the 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he had no chance of winning against the Bone Succubus Empress. However, when he thought of Xiao Changtian, Zhang Daolin still felt that it was better for him to cover the rear first. Otherwise, everyone would die. Take this. Zhang Daolin roared angrily and began to use his thunder technique. Purple-green lightning flickered around his body as he attacked the Ghastly Demon Emperor. Facing a powerful opponent, he could only strike first. This way, even if he failed, he could escape immediately. However, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor felt the aura of Black Tortoise and Xiao Changtian getting further and further away. She was pleasantly surprised that those experts had finally left. However, she did not dare to get entangled with Zhang Daolin. What if that senior came back? In the bathroom, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor fled in a panic. Just like that, Zhang Daolin chased, and Archie Demon Emperor escaped. The two of them were in front and behind. Zhang Daolin was overjoyed when he saw that the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor did not fight back and was instead running away in panic. The heavens are really helping me. It seems that this Bone Succubus Monster Emperor is heavily injured. Pay for the lives of those humans you killed. Zhang Daolin instantly gained confidence and chased after them relentlessly. At this moment, he was thinking about avenging those humans who had died. Damn it. The Bone Succubus Monster Emperor felt extremely aggrieved being chased like this. The two of them flew for hundreds of thousands of meters. Finally, the Bone Charm Monster Emperor could not take it anymore. A mere 6th stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivator dares to chase me like this. If you can't be afraid of that senior, how can you be arrogant? Did one give you face? Instantly, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor was enraged. She decided to kill Zhang Daolin first, then use her treasured spatial escape talisman to instantly disappear. Hence, he decided to do it. The Bone Succubus Monster Emperor stopped. She quickly turned around, and the power around her continued to gather. Gray-white fog expanded around her body, and a huge skull even appeared. The skull's expression was ferocious. It was like a mountain as it attacked Zhang Daolin, who was chasing after him. What? Zhang Daolin was caught off guard. He clearly didn't expect the Bone Charm Monster Emperor to counterattack with such terrifying strength. Is the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor not injured? Did she set me up? Zhang Daolin was extremely shocked, but it was already too late. Boom! Accompanied by a dull loud sound, Zhang Daolin was instantly blasted away by the huge skull. The lightning around his body began to overflow. His entire body rolled onto the ground and his hair spread out, his aura slightly narrowed. I gave you face and you still dare to chase after me. Do you really not know how to write the word death? Ghastly Demon Emperor shouted. His body was like a swift eagle as he swooped down instantly. His palms carried terrifying power. Zhang Daolin had no doubt that he would definitely die in the face of such a terrifying palm. It's over. Zhang Daolin's face was filled with despair. He had already closed his eyes and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt the cloth bag at his waist move. No, to be precise, it was the small wooden gourd hanging on the cloth bag. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. What kind of gourd is this? Divine item. Chapter 135. What kind of gourd is this? Divine item. That small wooden gourd was something he had summoned from Brother Xiao. Originally, he thought that this gourd was just an ordinary gourd. However, the calabash suddenly trembled, and a silvery white light appeared around its body. The silver-white light grew larger and larger. In an instant, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. It instantly formed a circle of light that surrounded Zhang Daolin. Bang! The terrifying palm landed on the light and emitted a dull explosion. However, nothing happened. However, the bone succubus empress was repelled by a force and was sent flying. What? Zhang Daolin and the bone succubus monster emperor were both shocked. Zhang Daolin had thought that he would definitely die under the bone charm demon emperor's palm. However, the silver light emitted by the wooden gourd had actually blocked the attack of the ghost demon emperor. Who was the bone charm demon emperor? That was a 7th-level tribulation transcendence expert. Under one attack, he used both his palms at the same time. Moreover, he was in a state of anger. The terrifying power could blast Zhang Daolin into pieces. However, he was still sent flying by this white light. Was this really something a mortal should have? His life-saving talisman was far inferior to this gourd, wasn't it? What a powerful defensive treasure. The ghost demon emperor was also shocked. The white light curtain in front of her was undamaged by her power attack. It was amazing. Could it be the work of that senior from before? Ghastly demon emperor rolled his eyes, and this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and a chill ran down her spine. If it was really the work of that expert, then he would be in great danger. Run! That was the only thought in Demon Emperor Ghostly's mind right now. Run, run quickly, run immediately, run as far as possible. The bone succubus empress immediately retreated and was about to leave. Buzz! At this moment, the white light on the gourd fluctuated and disappeared completely. Suddenly, the gourd broke free from the ropes and flew toward the bone succubus monster emperor. Whoosh! The bottle opened automatically, and a gust of wind blew, blocking the escape route of the bone succubus monster emperor. Oh, so big. Wind. Bone succubus monster emperor was blown by the hurricane, and her clothes fluttered in the wind as she retreated. Boom! At this moment, countless bolts of lightning flew out of the gourd. They turned into flying snakes that flew wildly and roared with power as they bombarded Demon Emperor Guimei. All! The ghost Demon Emperor was hit, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing his naked body. Only his underwear was left. Spare me, senior, spare me. One won't do it again. Demon Emperor Ghastly shouted in horror and fled in a hurry. Zhang Daolin, who was beside him, swallowed a medicinal pill and recovered some of his strength. He stood up and looked at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. A gourd was chasing after the famous ghastly demon emperor. Furthermore, it was a complete thrashing. Fuck! How terrifying! Zhang Daolin could no longer describe it. The lightning that shot out from the gourd was much more powerful than the lightning technique he cultivated. Even the heavenly lightning talisman paled in comparison. It's just me. I'm not even as good as a gourd? Zhang Daolin was speechless. This was the first time he felt that he was so weak. Phew! Another flame was spat out. The Samadhi true fire was endless and instantly transformed into a fire dragon. In the next moment, the fire dragon danced. Boom! The fire dragon was extremely fast and devoured the bone succubus empress in an instant. This? Zhang Daolin didn't know how to describe this scene. A magic treasure, and he was facing an enemy, and it was using the purest nomological divine power. Just what kind of gourd is this? It's simply a divine item. Zhang Daolin said in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Amidst the shock, the gourd flew back again. A gourd branch grew out of the gourd. Then a red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple gourd grew out of the vine. What are they doing? This gourd won't attack me, right? Zhang Daolin frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked at the charred corpse of the bone succubus empress and felt a chill run down his spine. If the gourd really attacked him, he would not be able to resist. Gotcha! With a cracking sound, 7 people walked out of the 7 gourds. The biggest one among them carried Zhang Daolin. Then, the other 2 spat out flames and flood. There were even people hammering his meridians. The 7 of them floated Zhang Daolin in the air as if they were refining pills. Zhang Daolin's entire body was enveloped. The meridians in his body seemed to be constantly being burned by the flames, but there was also a layer of mist wrapped around it, making him feel very comfortable. It was as if a worm was swimming in his meridians. Zhang Daolin couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. He could feel that the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. His dantian was also being tempered and nourished. It was as if the realm barrier had been broken again. Boom! 15 minutes later, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Daolin's body. As a powerful aura fluctuated, his cultivation level reached the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I've broken through to the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Zhang Daolin was in disbelief, and his face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. You guys helped me break through? Zhang Daolin looked at the 7 children who walked out of the gourd, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was simply a miracle. However, the 7 calabash dolls ignored him and went back to the vines. In the next moment, his body curled up and transformed into 7 gourds again, which were put away by the wooden gourd. After doing all this, the wooden gourd automatically flew to Zhang Daolin's waist. God-level gourd. This is a god-grade gourd. But why can a mortal like Brother Xiao own such a gourd? This didn't make sense. Completely unreasonable? Zhang Daolin frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Could it be from some expert? Impossible. Which expert could possess such a treasure? Never heard of it. This gourd is probably comparable to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, right? No, it's even stronger than the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Zhang Daolin was puzzled. After walking for some distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Why am I so stupid? Brother Xiao said before that this was personally carved, so it should be his. One can't believe my brain didn't react in time. However, just as he reacted, he felt terrible. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The turtle is too obstacle. Call for help. Kill the turtle. _ Chapter 136. The turtle is too obstacle. Call for help. Kill the turtle. _ The gourd was personally carved by Brother Xiao, then. The owner of the gourd is Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao. Zhili hid his cultivation level. Zhang Daolin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart thumped and he took a few steps back. In an instant, his face darkened. This, Brother Xiao, no, wasn't Senior Zhao's cultivation too high? I actually treated him as a mortal. Zhang Daolin did not know how to describe this feeling. Previously, he thought he was protecting Xiao Changtian. However, in reality, Xiao Changtian was indeed protecting him. In an instant, Zhang Daolin connected everything together. To be able to write such a divine book, as well as the previous Ghost Mist, Demon Emperor and the current Bone Charm Demon Emperor, they were all the works of the seniors. But why did Senior Xiao disguise himself as a mortal? Zhang Daolin frowned again. His face was filled with confusion. Could it be to hide from the world of mortals and not be disturbed? After thinking for a moment, he realized that there were a few animals and a few mortals whose cultivation levels could not be seen following Senior. Mortals? That's not right. Those 2 mortals called Senior Master. Are they Senior Zhao's disciples? In an instant, Zhang Daolin came to a realization. It was because Senior's disciple was too powerful that he could not see through Senior's disciple's cultivation. I see. Such an expert is truly terrifying. Zhang Daolin swallowed his saliva, and his back was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to think about it anymore and hurriedly followed. Such a senior, he definitely had to please him. He could not offend him. Also, it was time to return this divine gourd to its rightful owner. Zhang Daolin used his movement technique and chased after him crazily. Along the way, he even saw a goat with a broken horn, a serpent that had turned into a caterpillar, and a bird with a broken wing. Wait, they were all famous demon emperors. However, these demon emperors had no cultivation at all. They had become animals on the verge of death. Of course, Zhang Daolin didn't feel any heartache because these demon emperors had done many evil things and killed countless humans. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat them, he would have killed these demon emperors long ago. These are all Senior's handiwork. Zhang Daolin looked at the corpses along the way. He was both happy and afraid. As for Senior, Xiao Changtian ordered the team to speed up. It's been almost an hour and they still haven't come. Did something happen to Brother Zhang? Xiao Changtian was puzzled. He felt uneasy, so he stopped and rested. However, in just 15 minutes, Zhang Daolin came back panting. Brother Zhang, you're finally back. One thought something happened to you. Do you want to rest for a while? Xiao Changtian saw Zhang Daolin from afar and stood up with a smile. There was a look of surprise on her face. He was finally back. He thought something had happened. I'm back. Zhang Daolin nodded and bowed as he smiled awkwardly. Why are you bowing? Why did you become so weak after a while? Xiao Changtian frowned as he looked at Zhang Daolin, who was bowing in front of him, with a puzzled expression. On the other side, the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, kept contacting the demons along the way. However, every single one of them had been cleaned up by the Black Tortoise. Not fun at all. Black Tortoise looked bored. The little fellows along the way were too weak. In front of him, they could not even withstand a slap. They were simply weak. Boss Black Tortoise, you are invincible and wise. 1 a.m. just a little brother in front of you. But in front of me, those little demons are like little brothers. In this way, those little demons are like little brothers in front of you. How can a bunch of brothers compare to you, Boss Black Tortoise? Fatty Rongrong said with an embarrassed smile. Not bad. You're still the chubby one who knows how to talk. Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rongrong's head, and another 2 green lights lit up on her head. Hee, green again. Fatty Rongrong felt the green on her head, extremely excited, happily shouting out. It was a good thing that green light was shining on his head. This meant that Boss Black Tortoise had given him another divine power. Thank you, Boss. Boss is wise and valiant, handsome, suave, and handsome like Pan, and Boss is the brightest Sea King. Fatty Rongrong was incomparably grateful. Every time the green light descended, his cultivation would advance a level. If Fatty Rongrong met the previous him, she could slap him to death. Hence, he decided to do it. Fatty Rongrong licked even harder. Ha, Fatty, perform well. There will be many green lights like this in the future. Black Tortoise was praised as the Sea King, and it was the brightest one. He was instantly overjoyed. A turtle head laughed at the sky, and 2 more green lights descended. I'm green, I'm green again. This time, my entire body is green. Boss is awesome, Boss is invincible. The Sea King is invincible. Fatty Rongrong shouted, her face filled with joy. Ghost Fox and Tianchong gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, this stinky bear is actually so happy after being cuckolded. Reveal my scars. Grass. Elder Tianchong cursed, his expression extremely ferocious. The memory that angered the fox surfaced in his mind again. He was furious and couldn't take it anymore. This old turtle had ruined their mission along the way, and now he even dared to mock him. He had to kill him. Elder Ghost Fox, we will now seek help from the 9-tailed fox clan and ask them to send more. Ghost Fox, what are you laughing at? Elder Tianchong turned his head and wanted to talk about serious matters, but he saw Elder Ghost Fox, who seemed to be covering his face and secretly laughing. Cough, cough. Elder Ghost Fox quickly coughed and put down his right hand. His face was red from holding it in. I didn't laugh. One was mistaken. Then why are you blushing? Tian Chong looked at him coldly. Oh, the old injuries in my body have returned. Old injuries have returned. Elder Ghost Fox, don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you being cheated on. Elder Ghost Fox explains seriously. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Now, the two of us will ask the first elder for help. We have to kill this green-haired turtle first, or we won't be able to complete the mission. Ahead again, not far away, is the territory of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. Can't delay again, end or not, become a mission, you know what end you have. Tian Chong said coldly. Ghost Fox shivered when he heard the word off. Thus, the two of them communicated with the Great Elder. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 You ugly turtle, what can you do? Underscore. Chapter 137 You ugly turtle, what can you do? Underscore I. Reporting back now, has the Saintess been captured? On the other side of the crystal ball, the Great Elder sat cross-legged in the hall, with 8 foxtails standing in the air behind him. Although it was the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, ever since the Emperor Fall era, no one in the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan had been able to completely develop 9 tails. Even the head elder, who had the highest cultivation level, could only develop 8 foxtails. However, the Nine-Tailed Fox race could unleash a miraculous effect in battle with the foxtail. It far surpassed experts of the same realm. No, we haven't caught the goddess yet. The two elders, Ghost Fox and Tian Chong, trembled. What is it? Trash, do you want to be skinned alive? The Great Elder was furious. His cold and dignified voice rang out. Hearing this, Ghost Fox and Tian Chong trembled even more violently. However, when he thought of the punishment for not completing the mission, Tian Chong gritted his teeth and said, Grand Elder, there is a particularly powerful tortoise demonic beast that has been causing havoc along the way. Even Ghost Fog, Bone Demon, Ferocious Goat, Shock Bird, these demon emperors were all killed by the turtle. We really have no choice. This is the scene of the turtle attacking. Elder Tian Chong reported respectfully with a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, he took out a crystal ball and recorded all the images of the turtle. There are such experts in the demon race. The scene changed again. The elder frowned and his expression became solemn. After a moment of silence, First Elder said, Wait, one will send the Second Elder to reinforce you. The two of you set up the nine-tailed killing formation first. When the time comes, the Second Elder will take action and cooperate with the killing formation to kill this demon. Yes, sir. Ghost Fox and Tian Chong nodded again. Only then did the image of First Elder disappear. Phew! After experiencing a request for help, their clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. The Nine-Tailed Killing Array is a killing array that specializes in dealing with 9th-level Tribulation Transcenders. This time, the damn turtle won't be able to escape. That's right. We'll just wait for the Second Elder to arrive. Ghost Fox and Tian Chong were the first to go to the Nine-Tailed Killing Formation. There was a forest ahead, which was also the last place suitable for an ambush. 2 hours passed. Along the way, Xiao Changtian and the others talked and laughed. However, Zhang Daolin's smile was no longer as innocent. His smile turned into a mocking smile. He had no choice. He was afraid. He was extremely afraid. Xiao Changtian was a peerless expert. His cultivation was far above the tribulation. He might even be in the legendary Mahayana realm. Who could resist him? Brother Zhang, you can't do it. You've only walked so little and your forehead is sweating so much. Xiao Changtian asked. He did indeed possess the great success in the art of medicine. However, he observed Zhang Daolin's physical characteristics and did not seem to be sick. I'm fine. My leg just went numb when I went to the toilet earlier. Zhang Daolin smiled awkwardly. Not only were his legs numb, but his entire body was numb. After knowing Xiao Changtian's identity, anyone would be shocked. Forget it, let's rest for a while. We won't be able to reach Jiu Er's hometown today. Let's find an inn to stay in tonight, Xiao Changtian said. Looking at Zhang Daolin's current state, Xiao Changtian felt that he couldn't go any further. Everyone rested on the spot. Miao Shou, take a look at Brother Zhang and see if he's sick, Xiao Changtian ordered. Yes, sir. Wang Miaoshou nodded and was about to walk over. No, I'll go. Zhang Daolin stood up and walked towards Wang Miaoshou. Senior's disciple is probably also a reclusive mighty figure. He was merely transcending a tribulation, and it was not worth it for Senior to personally come. Hence, he decided to do it. Zhang Daolin walked over and sat down in front of a huge rock far away from Xiao Changtian. That's troublesome, Zhang Daolin said respectfully to Wang Miaoshou. It's no trouble. Senior Zhang has helped me once before. It was in the Western Bull region. That Tianshan snow lotus. Wang Miaoshou shook his head and smiled faintly. In the past, he had almost fallen off a 1,000-foot-high cliff to pick a Tianshan snow lotus. Zhang Daolin happened to pass by and saved him. Tianshan snow lotus, are you that doctor from the West Bull continent? Instantly, Zhang Daolin recalled. There was indeed such a thing. But that doctor is clearly an old man. Aren't you a little too young? Zhang Daolin said in disbelief. The Wang Miaoshou in front of him couldn't help but be handsome and unrestrained, and the lines of his muscles could be seen clearly. How was he the old man from before? After becoming my disciple, Master helped me cleanse my essence and marrow. Now, I can be considered to have some small success in body refinement. Wang Miaoshou smiled faintly. A single hand picked up Zhang Daolin's hand. The terrifying force that came from it made Zhang Daolin feel as if he could not break free. It was as if the chains of the great Tao had locked his arm. How was this the initial success of body refinement? Such power was more than enough to defeat a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert. He remembered that he had saved Wang Miaoshou half a year ago. He was sure that Wang Miaoshou was immortal at that time. But in such a short period of time, Wang Miaoshou had already succeeded. What kind of method was this? Reversing yin and yang, regaining youth. An old man in his twilight years was actually able to cleanse his marrow to such an extent. Senior is indeed terrifying. The Wang Miaoshou in front of Zhang Daolin further confirmed his thoughts. Senior's 2 disciples were indeed experts. It was just that he could not see their cultivation. Wang Miaoshou examined it and frowned. He couldn't find anything wrong with Zhang Daolin. I'm fine. Everything's normal. Hearing Wang Miaoshou's words, Xiao Changtian was relieved. After thinking about it, he decided to feed the turtle since he hadn't fed it today. However, when he looked around, there was no sign of the turtle. This damn turtle, did he go scare people again? Let's see how I deal with him when he comes back. On the other side, within the 9 Tails killing formation, the turtle was originally riding on the head of Fatty Rong Rong, but in his ears, he heard Xiao Changtian's curses. Instantly, he was so frightened that his entire body trembled, directly rolling down from Fatty Rong Rong's head. The second elder is indeed powerful. He was able to intimidate this stinky turtle with just his aura. On the other side, Ghost Fox and Tianchong burst into laughter when they saw this scene. They slowly flattered the second elder. The second elder was also extremely pleased to be flattered, and there was a smile on his face. He's just an ugly turtle. How can he be compared to our noble 9-tailed fox clan? Impossible. The second elder smiled, not noticing the extremely cold expression on the turtle's face. Chapter 138 Chapter 138, Counterattack Killed. Chapter 138, Counterattack Killed. Fatty Rong Rong was already lying on the ground, not daring to move. This was because an extremely cold aura came from beside him. It was the black tortoise's anger. Stinky turtle? You stupid fox, you dare to call me an ugly turtle? A dark green light appeared in the black tortoise's eyes. Its gaze was cold as it questioned the second elder of the 9-tailed fox race. His cold gaze was fixed on the second elder. The second elder looked at him and instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if he had been thrown into the 18th level of hell, and his entire body was cold. What? The second elder was shocked and his heart skipped a beat. He was actually frightened by the turtle in front of him. Second elder, quickly kill this turtle. The two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, shouted in surprise. In their opinion, the second elder had already intimidated the turtle. Now, with the help of the nine-tailed fox killing formation, he could completely kill the turtle. All right. Hearing the shouts of the two people, the shocked second elder suddenly flew into a rage. He was actually frightened by a turtle. Was that okay? Die. The second elder was furious. The six tails behind him shot out at the same time and instantly enveloped the turtle. You still dare to attack the Sea King? You're courting death. Black Tortoise was furious. Black Tortoise was completely furious. Roar. A loud roar erupted from the Black Tortoise's mouth. In an instant, a Xuanwu phantom that was as tall as the sky appeared. No, higher than the sky. The Black Tortoise's four legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Endless seawater poured in from its body as if it wanted to drown the heavens. Bang! The second elder's six tails were like a hand hitting an iron wall, producing a loud bang. Its six tails snapped like tree branches. His entire body was sent flying. Blood splattered in the air. Die! The huge Xuanwu phantom let out an angry roar. With a foot that was like a pillar supporting the sky, the second elder directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated with the wind. Second elder. Seeing this scene, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong were instantly scared silly. The two of them sat on the ground. Shin, Black Tortoise. The two of them were scared silly. Wasn't it an ugly turtle? Why did he suddenly become a black tortoise? Spare. Tianchong's desire to live was extremely strong, and he hurriedly wanted to beg for mercy. However, Black Tortoise was in a rage. Bang, bang, bang. Ghost Fox and Tianchong turned into two clouds of blood mist and died instantly. If anyone dares to call me an ugly turtle again, I'll destroy his soul, Black Tortoise said angrily. A man happened to see this scene. Big demon, there's a big demon. No, I have to report to the Empress. This man in armor was the general of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. His presence here was arranged by Mu Jiahuang to wait for Xiao Changtian. As long as he saw Xiao Changtian, he would immediately send her a message and she would personally welcome him. However, he happened to see this scene. No, I have to go back and tell the Empress to come and subdue the demons. The man thought about it and wanted to leave, but the scene in front of him stunned him. Someone came. The Black Tortoise's anger subsided and it withdrew the Black Tortoise Dharma idol. Chu Iren and Su Daji, who had also come out to play, witnessed this scene. Chu Iren had seen the Xuanwu phantom before. Although she was terrified, she wasn't that afraid anymore. On the other hand, Su Daji was so frightened that she returned to her original form and turned into a white fox with 9 tails on her back. You're a fox. Chu Iren looked at Su Daji, startled. In the entire team, only Zhang Daolin and Chu Iren didn't know Su Daji's identity. What's there to be surprised about? We already knew. Fatty Rongrong smacked her lips and said indifferently. Black Tortoise had already calmed his anger, once again flying back to stare at Fatty Rongrong's head. Since Master allowed her to follow by his side, he naturally has his own intentions. Black Tortoise said lightly. With a sweep of his divine sense, Su Daji returned to her human form. It was true that he had seen the Black Tortoise Phantom before, but the raging Black Tortoise Phantom was really terrifying. Thank you, Senior. Su Daji's body was still trembling. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude. What kind of relationship do these people have with the demons? Why is it so chaotic? The man had a puzzled expression. He was the general of the Nine Phoenix dynasty and had a 7th-level tribulation transcendence. His strength was extraordinary. Naturally, his talent was not bad. However, looking at the demonic beasts in front of him, they were actually mixed with humans. They were also dumbfounded. The human and demon races were irreconcilable. Why were these humans and demons so harmonious? Could it be that he was threatened by Black Tortoise? The man frowned. He felt that he could not leave now. Once he left, these humans would be in danger. As a member of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, he was deeply influenced by the Empress. The hot-blooded blood in his bones told him that no matter what kind of adversity he faced, he must never abandon his companions of the same race. He absolutely could not. Even if he had to pay the price of his life. "All right, get up. It's not a big deal," the black tortoise said impatiently. It raised its proud turtle head and stared at the man. "I was discovered." The man was shocked. It was over. He couldn't care so much. He could only save the only human on the battlefield now. "Your Majesty, your most handsome subordinate, Marshal Shangguan, bids you farewell." Shangguan Shui said sadly and stood up, ready to fight the black tortoise. However, suddenly, a foot kicked over. "You damn turtle, I think you really want to die. You're actually scaring people again." Xiao Changtian kicked the black tortoise away. This time, he didn't hold back. He was completely angered by Black Tortoise's actions. "You actually made Su Daji kneel on the ground. Did you come up with a new trick to scare people? Do you think my knife is not sharp?" Xiao Changtian was furious. This time, he dared to make the girl kneel. Who knows, he might do something even more outrageous next time. As the saying goes, prevent the root of the problem. If one day the old turtle became arrogant and despotic to a certain extent and boldly went to provoke the immortal cultivators, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Immortal cultivators. That was killing without blinking. Bang 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 bang. The sound of punches and kicks rang out again. This time, the turtle was beaten up. Phoenix and Monkey closed their eyes and shrunk their necks. As for Shangguan Shui, he fell to the ground with a thud as if he had been struck by lightning. He hadn't recovered his cultivation from the tribulation yet, and the cliff in front of him broke in an instant, causing him to fall down the slope. With a loud bang, everyone's eyes turned to look at Marshal Shangguan. Even Xiao Changtian was no exception. Chapter 139, Don't Courting Death Alive. Chapter 139, Don't Courting Death Alive. Huff! Shangguan Shui fell down, and the entire cliff collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust that blocked his vision. Cough cough cough. Under the rock, Shangguan Shui stretched out his hand and crawled out like a zombie in a movie. As a tribulation-transcending expert, a mere fall from the cliff was not a threat to him at all. After coming out of the stone pile, Shangguan Shui looked embarrassed. He waved the dust around him and coughed a few times. "You're not injured? Your body is so good." Xiao Changtian looked at Marshal Shangguan in surprise. He was fine after falling from such a height. There were no external injuries. Roar! Seeing Shangguan Shui, the black tortoise's eyes turned cold and he let out a low roar. This mortal ant must have seen him being beaten up. He couldn't let him live. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. However, just as the black tortoise extended its dark green turtle head from its shell, a huge foot flew over again. Pa! Under Xiao Changtian's kick, the black tortoise was instantly sent flying and crashed into a big tree. "Old turtle, if you dare to scare me again, I'll break your turtle shell," Xiao Changtian said angrily. The black tortoise was so frightened that it hurriedly retracted its head. Hiss! Seeing Black Tortoise being beaten, Shangguan Shui gasped again. That was the Black Tortoise. Previously, he had killed the second elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, in the Nine-Tailed Killing Array. His cultivation was definitely far above the tribulation. Perhaps a single slap from the turtle could turn him into dust. Even the Water Empress couldn't defeat the Black Tortoise. However, this mortal in front of him was actually beating up the black tortoise. Did the black tortoise not have any temper at all? When did mortals become so fierce? Could it be that I'm a false immortal? Shangguan Shui was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. The cultivation of the expert in front of him was too strong. It was so powerful that it returned to its original state, like a mortal, unfathomable and difficult to pry into. However, which human expert was this? As the general of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, why didn't he know that there was such an expert among the humans? In the Nine Phoenix dynasty, because Mu Jiahuang became the empress, countless tribulation transcenders followed him. There were dozens of generals at the same level as him. Each of them guarded a crucial position on the Tianyuan continent. Therefore he had no choice. Whether it was those old monsters or those slightly famous experts, almost everyone in the Nine Phoenix dynasty knew them. Shangguan Shui tried his best to recall, but he couldn't. In his mind, he just felt like he had seen Xiao Changtian somewhere before. The expert that the Empress asked me to wait for? Is it the expert in the portrait? Shangguan Shui suddenly reacted. Previously, when the Empress sent him here to welcome her, she had shown him Xiao Changtian's portrait. In a moment of shock, he had forgotten about the portrait. Now, he remembered it again. Su Daji subconsciously stood behind Xiao Changtian. This person had been here before, so his identity as a member of the nine-tailed fox race had been clearly seen by this person. He had been exposed. The human and demon races were irreconcilable. Would this person spread his identity? At that time, he would definitely be surrounded by all the human cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Su Daji's heart turned cold when she thought of the tragic outcome she would face. Now, he could only listen to Senior's decision. Portrait? What portrait? Xiao Changtian didn't notice Su Daji's strange behavior. Instead, he heard what Marshal Shangguan was talking about. Senior, I'm Nine Phoenix. The clan leader of the Nine Phoenix clan is here to welcome you. Shangguan Shui hurriedly said. Originally, he wanted to address her as the Nine Phoenix matriarch. However, Mu Jiahuang had previously instructed that Senior was a reclusive expert. She had to address her as the family head and not the empress. Shui changed his words. I almost said it wrong. The empress's whip is really hard to take. Shangguan Shui rejoiced in his heart. Clan leader of the Nine Phoenix clan? Jiu-Er. Xiao Changtian was stunned. When did Jiu-Er become the family head? Xiao Changtian frowned. Could it be that Jiu-Er has hidden his identity from me? Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? You'll know when you see Jiu. Xiao Changtian shook his head and smiled faintly. He then said, Lead the way. Yes, sir. Shangguan Shui nodded in agreement. The person in front of him was a hidden expert, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Thus, the group moved forward again. Black Tortoise followed at the back of the group, riding on top of Fatty Rongrong's head, not daring to make a sound. The depressing atmosphere made Fat Rongrong also pull out her chest and back. Before she was walking on 2 legs, now she was walking on 4. Phew, luckily this person didn't say anything. Su Daji heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. As the group advanced, a beam of spiritual light lit up on Shangguan Shui's ring and flew out. It was a message for Mu Jiahuang. However, this spiritual light was intercepted by an old woman as soon as it reached the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. State Preceptor, is he here? Can we start setting up the formation now? My heavenly silk has long been thirsty for it. Yun Feifei said. Forget it, Yun Feifei. Your heavenly silk is far inferior to my wind lightning twin formation. Palm Wind Lightning said. Hee, what are you two doing? The most powerful thing was to subdue the enemy without fighting. A red-robed woman with a voluptuous figure, who was even bigger and more charming than the Bone Charm Demon Emperor, walked out. Her body was surrounded by a fragrant wind that made people unable to resist just by looking at her. She was Phantom. He was most skilled in illusions and confusion, and his cultivation level was even higher than the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor. The experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty stood in a row. They stood in front of the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, and there were only about 10 meters between them. However, the middle path was filled with killing formations that contained terrifying danger. Those killing formations, as long as one's strength was insufficient, one would die upon touching them. Very good. Show us your strength. The master that the Empress mentioned is about to come. We definitely can't let the Empress be deceived. The old woman said in a deep voice. The Empress had already broken through to the Mahayana realm, but she actually said that she had broken through with the help of her master. Was this a joke? Would the people of the Nine Phoenix dynasty believe it? The first thing she thought of was that the Empress must have been deceived. A woman who fell in love would always be rational. The old woman was deceived like this back then. She didn't want Mu Jiahuang to repeat the same mistake. 15 minutes later, Marshal Shangguan arrived with Xiao Changtian. Welcome, Senior. The experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty shouted in unison. The scene is really lively. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked forward. Behind him, Shangguan Shuai's heart skipped a beat. Looking at these people, he couldn't understand what they were trying to do. Don't you guys court death? Shangguan Shuai hurriedly sent a Zhenyuan voice transmission. Chapter 140 Chapter 140, Jiao Er's hometown is really simple. Underscore. Chapter 140, Jiao Er's hometown is really simple. Underscore I. Shangguan Shuai's expression was extremely serious. He was extremely anxious and quickly sent a voice transmission to the old woman, Yun Fei Fei, Phantom and the others. Don't court death. Senior is really invincible. However, as soon as his true essence voice transmission was sent out, it was as if the air was cut. This was Yun Feifei's heavenly silkworm formation. It could cut through anything. Shangguan Shuai's Zhenyuan voice transmission was cut through by the heavenly silkworm. It's over. Shangguan Shuai's face was filled with shock, and he could only send a message to Yun Fei and the others through hand gestures. Don't use the formation. Shangguan Shuai jumped up and waved his arms in the air, signaling Yun Fei to quickly put away the heavenly silk. In front of Senior, the heavenly silk is completely useless. Shangguan Shuai was not worried about what these formations would do to the seniors, but he was worried that Yun Fei and the others' Dao hearts would collapse. Oh! However, Yun Fei, who was in front of him, thought that Shangguan Shuai was cheering him on. A smile appeared on her face and she made a gesture to show that she was done. That gesture was telling Marshal Shangguan to rest assured that his heavenly silkworm formation was invincible. As long as it was a human, as long as it was a cultivator, in front of his natural silk, it would definitely reveal its true form. Humph, humph, the space in front of you is filled with tens of thousands of heavenly silkworms. You can't see or touch them. You're just a mortal. Yun Fei stared at Xiao Changtian and sneered. Originally, he thought that Xiao Changtian should be a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. After all, the Empress was the #1 person in the human race, so she had her pride. He couldn't possibly find a good-for-nothing, right? However, the Xiao Changtian in front of him had no cultivation at all, which made Yun Fei angry. A mere mortal dared to dream of climbing up to the Nine Phoenix matriarch. He was simply courting death. Rise! Yun Fei softly shouted and muttered an incantation. The heavenly silk that filled the space disappeared without a trace, as if there was no obstacle in front of him at all. This was the most terrifying killing move of his heavenly silkworm silk. It could not be detected. In a situation where one was unable to detect danger, no matter how powerful one was, they would be severely injured. Moreover, was he a mere mortal? I don't believe that you can walk past me. However, before Yun Fei could finish her words, Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked over leisurely as if nothing had happened. Even the people behind Xiao Changtian walked over. He was not affected at all. Had he seen a ghost? What happened? Yun Fei and Yi Zhenyi's heavenly silkworm formation didn't work. This shouldn't be the case. Yun Feifei frowned and walked in. He wanted to see if the heavenly silk was out of order. However, at the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Ah! Yun Feifei was directly slashed by her own heavenly silk, leaving countless bloody marks. What happened? Xiao Changtian turned his head and looked at Yun Feifei, who was jumping around and shouting in confusion. Hee, senior, I'm cheering, I'm happy, I'm welcoming you. Yun Feifei bounced on the spot, and an extremely ugly smile squeezed out of her painful and ferocious face. Welcome. Xiao Changtian nodded. He didn't expect the people of Jiu'er's hometown to be so excited when he came. It seemed that Jiu'er was still grateful for his kindness. Xiao Changtian continued to walk forward, wanting to see what other surprises Jiu'er had prepared for him. Hello, senior. The second person was the Wind Lightning Palm. The Wind Lightning Palm had set up the Wind Lightning dual formation. As long as someone stepped in, there would be a terrifying hurricane that could move mountains and overturn seas, and lightning would fall from the sky. Yun Feifei really can't do it. What heavenly silk? One didn't even arrange the heavenly silk properly. Seeing that this person is immortal, I let my guard down. Zhang Fenglei's expression was solemn. When Xiao Changtian walked over, he raised his hands and made a welcoming gesture. In reality, it was the two palms giving the order. Xiao Changtian raised his left and right hands one after another, and a breeze blew. Accompanied by the flashes of lightning in the sky, Xiao Changtian walked over with a smile. There's also a flash. You're having fun. Xiao Changtian nodded. He didn't expect that there would be so many fun things to do in the victorious East Continent. It seemed that he would have to stay in Jiu'er's hometown for a while. At least it wasn't as boring as the North Province. Xiao Changtian thought to himself as he led everyone over. Zhang Daolin looked at the experts along the way and nodded. The experts here were all at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Moreover, all of them were either generals or guards of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. They were all old acquaintances. However, this time, the Wind Lightning Palm didn't have time to greet Zhang Daolin. This was because there was a problem with his Wind Lightning formation. That's impossible. The Wind Lightning formation has always been connected to my spiritual will. The Wind Lightning Palm could not understand, so he raised his hands and cast the spell again. He did not believe that it was a problem with his array. How could he be like Yun Feifei, so careless and underestimating the enemy? Boom! Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended and a gust of wind blew. In an instant, the Wind Lightning Palm's clothes were torn apart by his Wind Lightning dual formation. Its hair stood up, and its face was pitch black. Black smoke came out of its mouth. Due to the lightning strikes, his body was still numb. He was like a zombie, jumping around on the spot. His arms kept waving in the air. Hearing the sound of thunder, Xiao Changtian turned around and saw the Wind Lightning Palm. You changed so quickly? He even knew how to do a zombie dance? Not bad. Xiao Changtian looked at the dance of the Wind Lightning Palm and was extremely satisfied. He couldn't wait to see the next surprise, so he quickened his pace. Bang! Stabbing! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Attacks rained down one after another. Xiao Changtian passed by, and the experts who were passing the tribulation were dumbfounded. They tried their own formations, but they were reflected by their own formations. One by one, they started to scream and celebrate. All kinds of lights lit up in the sky. For a moment, outside the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, it was like a disco venue. Neon lights flashed, and figures moved rhythmically under the flashing neon lights. There was even music floating in the space. Amongst them, the red-robed woman who was the most passionate was dancing happily and passionately. When Shangguan Shui saw this scene, his face instantly darkened. He ran over helplessly and hurriedly sent a Zhenyuan voice transmission to the old woman. He couldn't provoke her and didn't dare to probe further. The old woman trembled in shock, but didn't answer Shangguan Shui. I didn't expect Jiu'er's hometown to be so fun. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Changtian hugged the white tiger and stroked the cat's head, a faint smile on his face. Then, Xiao Changtian turned to look at Shangguan Shuai and the old woman and praised, "The people of Jiuer's hometown are hospitable and simple." Chapter 141 Chapter 141 Chapter 141 The servant of the divine clan is richer than me? Chapter 141 Chapter 141 The servant of the divine clan is richer than me? Fuck. Yes, thank you for your praise, senior. Shangguan Shuai laughed mockingly. He could already imagine how depressed Yun Feifei, the old woman, and the imperial advisor would be. Senior, I'll bring you to see the clan leader of the 9 Phoenix clan first. This way please. Shangguan Shuai pulled himself away and brought Xiao Changtian and the others to the main hall. As expected. After Shangguan Shuai left, a series of wails and howls could be heard in front of the gate of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. What kind of expert is this? One thought you were immortal. The heavenly silk almost cut off my treasure. My formation was controlled by Senior, and I was almost killed by my own lightning technique. This old lady is so embarrassed. She failed to seduce me and was seduced instead. This old lady lost her first kiss. Which bastard took my first kiss just now? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. The male cultivators hurriedly refused. The waters were too deep and too big for them to grasp. Under Marshal Shangguan's lead, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. They came in a white horse carriage. The entire 9 Phoenix dynasty was simply too vast. If they were to walk, they might not even be able to reach the main hall before nightfall. These buildings are all yours. That building, this lake, that garden, this place is so beautiful. This was the first time Chu Yiren had seen the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and she couldn't help but praise it. The immortal Dayang, Jiang Beichen, and Su Daji were also a little moved. Xiao Changtian was the most shocked. Along the way, the ground was inlaid with colorful gemstones. The gemstones shone brightly in 7 colors. These lights reflected in the void and formed rainbows. The carriage they were riding in was made of golden nanmu wood. 2 football-sized luminous pearls were placed in the carriage, and the interior of the carriage was as bright as day. Xiao Changtian even recognized the materials used to build the palace. It was the most expensive silk material on the continent, the Snow Mountain golden silk. 1 strand was worth thousands of taels of gold, and the embroidery process was needless to say. Just this carriage alone was probably more expensive than the total cost of the West Bull Continent Academy. Jiuer is so rich. No wonder they don't want wages. Xiao Changtian didn't need to use words to describe it. He suddenly understood why Jiuer wanted to stay in his small courtyard as a maid without paying. She was here to experience life. Xiao Changtian was speechless. My maid is richer than me. Tisk. Xiao Changtian closed his eyes. A plan suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to be Mu Jiuwang's servant. He even opened a bookstore. In her previous life, she was too naive. She thought that there was some sweet love and actually rejected Auntie Wang. Even though she still remembered Auntie Wang's number, it was 13. However, it was no longer important. His experience in his previous life had taught him that only by taking shortcuts could he make his life better. Let's do it this way. Find a time to discuss it with Jiu. 1 foot 11 inches come here to work. Xiao Changtian opened his eyes again, his gaze firm. In the main hall, Mu Jiuhuang sat on the throne and frowned. It shouldn't be. At this time, Master should have arrived. Should one go out and take a look? Mu Jiuhuang had just stood up when Xiao Changtian and the others walked in under the lead of Marshal Shangguan. Master? Seeing Xiao Changtian, Mu Jiuhuang's face lit up with joy. She hurriedly walked over, her fair face filled with joy. Jiu, I'm tired. Arrange a room for me first and let me rest for a while. Come to my room tonight, Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Everything here was too prosperous. Even a floor tile on the ground was more expensive than his entire fortune. At night, he should have a good talk with Jiuer and let her work here. Yes. Seeing Xiao Changtian's gloomy face, Mu Jiahuang agreed and brought Xiao Changtian to the most precious room of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. All right, you can leave now. Remember to come back at night. Xiao Changtian ordered and closed the door. He only carried a white tiger, a turtle, and a few others and handed them to Wang Miaoshou and Jiang Beichen to take care of. Jade, coral, nightlight, deep sea glass floor. Velvet golden quilt. Xiao Changtian was lying on the bed. His defense was broken. Did I do something wrong to offend Senior? Mu Jiahuang asked doubtfully. Master should just be tired, Wang Miaoshou said indifferently. Is that so? Mu Jiahuang frowned and felt that there must be a reason for this. She looked coldly at Marshal Shangguan. Under the pressure of the Water Empress, Shangguan Shuai immediately confessed everything. You guys really make me angry. Prepare to be whipped. Mu Jiahuang was extremely furious. No wonder Master's face was so dark. It turned out that these people were behind it. 15 minutes later. Screams sounded again. They lived peacefully. Xiao Changtian fell asleep in his room. Jiang Beichen, Wang Miaoshou, and the others were touring the 9 Phoenix Empire. As for the black tortoise, of course, it could not stay idle. Beauty, did you agree to this Sea King's request? The black tortoise was exchanging feelings with Phantasmal Shadow in front of her. They talked about everything. Phantasmal Shadow could only smile awkwardly and agree to anything. Although the black tortoise was ugly, it was terrifying. Ever since Shangguan Shuai told her about the black tortoise's identity, Phantasmal Shadow did not dare to reject the turtle. However, being pestered by the turtle like this made her feel very aggrieved. 6 hours passed, and Phantasmal Shadow finally could not hold it in any longer. Black Tortoise's love words were too old-fashioned. She wanted to vomit when she heard them. Helpless, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, as long as you bring back a flower of 10 colors, 1 foot 11 inches agree to your request." Really? The black tortoise was delighted. Really? Phantasmal Shadow nodded. "Ha, fatty, let's go." The black tortoise patted the head of the Iron Eater, and the two of them disappeared from the 9 Phoenix dynasty. He has finally left. Phantasmal Shadow's expression relaxed as she watched Black Tortoise leave. A flower had 10 colors. How could such a flower exist? It doesn't exist at all, alright. Hee, Senior Black Tortoise, I'm sorry. Phantasmal Shadow chuckled flirtatiously. Then she got up and began to look for the person who stole her first kiss. She had to let that man know how powerful she was tonight. Time passed. Night fell quickly. Xiao Changtian woke up after a nap, full of energy, but not in a good mood. Dong dong dong. Mu Jiahuang knocked on the door. Master, can I go in? Mu Jiahuang asked nervously, not knowing why her master was looking for her. If his subordinates offended the people of the lake during the day, Master wouldn't blame them, right? Come in. Quote. Xiao Changtian's voice sounded in the room. He had already decided to work for Jiao. Chapter 142. He flees, he chases, he can't escape even if he had wings else. Chapter 142. He flees, he chases, he can't escape even if he had wings. Jiao, let me discuss something with you. In the room, Mu Jiahuang sat on the edge of the bed, feeling flattered. Her face was as red as water. Xiao Changtian placed his hands on her shoulders. Mu Jiahuang could even feel Xiao Changtian's breathing, and her face turned even redder. Jiao, tell me, how have I treated you during this period of time? Xiao Changtian asked. Of course it's good. Master often reminds Jiao. Mu Jiahuang nodded and said sincerely. Master's life-saving grace, the grace of guiding him to break through to the Great Ascension realm, the grace of helping him comprehend the Great Tao, and the grace of bestowing him with a cultivation technique, all of this was a supreme opportunity that she could not repay. That's good. I thought about it for a moment. The agreement between us is invalid. From today onwards, you are no longer my maid. Xiao Changtian took out the contract and handed it to Mu Jiahuang. Mu Jiahuang was shocked. Master, what are you doing? What did Jiao do wrong? Please forgive Jiao. Jiao will definitely change. Mu Jiahuang panicked and stood up. Only by following his master would he have the chance to explore the strongest great Tao. However, master has returned the agreement. Could it be that master wants to chase me away? No. Mu Jiahuang looked anxious and quickly begged Xiao Changtian for forgiveness. Jiao, don't misunderstand. I'm not chasing you away, but want to work for you. Look, I've been good to you during this period of time, right? You can keep me working here, but you can't not get paid. You don't lack money, right? Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He really wanted to stay here. He had been through a lot of hardships, from the North Barren continent to the West Cow continent, and then to the East Victory continent. 3 bookstore branches had opened, and he had been through a lot of hardships. He had even encountered quite a bit of resistance in the West Cow continent and the East Victory continent before he sold Wellet. However, the money earned by the bookstore might not even be enough to buy a floor tile from Jiao. Master, what did I do wrong? Please don't chase Jiao away. Seeing Xiao Changtian say that he wanted to work for her, Mu Jiahuang was scared silly. Master is a supreme expert. A peerless expert. Work for me. With a thud, Mu Jiahuang knelt down. Her beautiful face turned pale and her big watery eyes sparkled. She was anxious. This time, he was really anxious. Jiao, what are you doing? Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. He had already made it clear that he only wanted to work for Jiao. Master, please don't chase Jiao away. Without you, Jiao really doesn't know what to do next. Mu Jiahuang's voice started to turn hoarse. The next path. Xiao Changtian was even more confused. You have such a huge fortune, why do you have to worry about the future? However, Xiao Changtian could faintly hear Mu Jiahuang's sobs. This, Jiao seems to have really cried? It can't be, right? Xiao Changtian was shocked. His brain started working quickly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand now. Jiao came to work not to experience life, but because she really doesn't know how to live. In Xiao Changtian's mind, he still remembered the first time Jiao was chased by someone. When she came to his courtyard, she was at a loss. Also, she didn't know how to communicate with others. She was always straightforward and even made her very angry. However, after she became his maid for a period of time, Jiao seemed to have become something. Forget it, forget it. In that case, you can keep it. Xiao Changtian said lightly, his face filled with helplessness. Since Jiao could not leave him, he could only work hard. Sigh, all the shortcuts in life have been sealed off by myself. Xiao Changtian smiled bitterly in his heart. On the other side, Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise began to search the entire continent for flowers with 10 different colors. First, they began a radar-like search in the victorious East continent, with the 9 Phoenix dynasty as their main focus. However, he couldn't find it. Not a single one was found. Boss Black Tortoise, are there no flowers of 10 colors in this world? Fatty Rongrong asked. I don't know. Black Tortoise shook his head. Then why did Boss agree to her? What if she was lying to us? Fatty Rongrong raised her head, looking at the sky and asked curiously. This Sea King has never liked pretty girls. What this Sea King likes is the process of conquering those pretty girls. You don't understand, this is a realm. The Black Tortoise shook its head, revealing an unfathomable expression. I like the process. Fatty Rongrong shook his head. He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. In any case, he felt that the beauties that Boss liked were all skinny like vampires. They were not good looking. However, he was the underling, so he couldn't disrespect his boss. That was what the previous owner had told him. However, where did you go? Why haven't you returned yet? Fatty Rongrong looked at the horizon, her eyes melancholic. His previous master had treated him quite well. However, he had taken away his companion and sealed himself instead, which puzzled him. You won't be able to escape today. At this moment, a loud and arrogant laugh rang out. In the distance, a handsome, fair-skinned youth was fleeing. If one did not pay attention, It was easy to mistake this youth for a woman. Behind the young man, there was a burly man with a lewd expression on his face. He stared at the young man with greedy eyes that were filled with evil light, as if he wanted to devour the young man. The youth fled. The burly man chased after him. He ran, he chased. Ah, even if you have wings, you won't be able to fly. Obediently obey me. The burly man said coldly, his face carrying a faint evil light. Seeing that he was about to catch up to the young man, he tore off a corner of the young man's clothes. Following that, the burly man's gaze became even more greedy. Help! The young man let out a shrill scream. He was extremely afraid and wrapped his clothes tightly again. Scream, scream, even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will stop you. Fat, it gives me goosebumps. Black Tortoise could not stand it anymore. Boss, let me help you solve it. Fatty Rong Rong instantly understood Black Tortoise's order, her entire body turning into a blur, instantly rushing over, her speed extremely fast. Bang! Fatty's voice was as loud as a mountain, instantly sending the burly man flying. The burly man landed heavily on the ground, smashing a huge pit in the ground. The pit was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Boss, it's settled. Fatty Rong Rong once again flew back, smiling. Not bad, you deserve it. The Black Tortoise patted the turtle's head, and 2 green lights descended again. Chapter 143 Chapter 143, Going Out to Hunt, the Continent Shakes Alive. Chapter 143, Going Out to Hunt, the Continent Shakes Alive. Hey, it's Green. I'm green again. Fatty Rong Rong danced happily. This was an opportunity. The opportunity that Boss Black Tortoise had given him. Di Wu Zheng was stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone so happy after being cuckolded. Thank you for saving my life, Senior, Di Wu Zheng said gratefully. These 2 demon beasts were so powerful that they could actually kill a tribulation-transcending expert in an instant. Oh, Fatty, let's go. Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rong Rong's head. He basically didn't want to save anyone, he just couldn't stand that big man. She was actually interested in men. Black Tortoise could not accept it. Oh. Fatty Rong Rong nodded, bringing Black Tortoise to change direction, directly leaving. Boss, I think the 10 colored flowers are in this direction. Fatty Rong Rong said. This way. Black Tortoise shook his head and pointed in another direction. Yes. 1 foot 11 inches. Listen to Boss. Boss is wise and mighty, handsome. Everyone loves him. Fatty Rong Rong licked. Di Wu Zheng, who was left behind, was stunned. This panda's strength was terrifying beyond compare, but it was still fawning over the turtle. Was the turtle more powerful than the black and white bears? It must be. Otherwise, the panda wouldn't have become a bootlicker. Di Wu Zheng's expression changed slightly. He thought of his friend, Li Taibai, who was still in deep trouble. He came out to ask for help, to find experts to help Li Taibai. The 2 seniors in front of him had saved him, and each of them was stronger than the other. Although he was a demon, Li Taibai was in a critical situation and couldn't care less. Senior, wait for me, Di Wu Zheng hurriedly said, afraid that the Fat Rong Rong would fly too fast for him to catch up. However, Fatty Rong Rong and Black Tortoise basically didn't bother with him. Di Wu was anxious when he saw that his call was useless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, thinking of some of Fatty Rong Rong's words, instantly having an idea. Heroic and invincible, handsome and elegant, Senior Turtle, Di Wu Zheng shouted loudly. Did you call me? Sure enough, as Di Wu Zheng's voice fell, the turtle directly pulled Fatty Rong Rong's head, turning around, raising its proud turtle head. Yes, I'm calling you. Other than others, is there anyone here who is handsome and invincible? You're simply a god who has descended to the mortal world. Di Wu Zheng saw that his praise was very effective, so he spared no effort in saying this. Hee, you're quite good at talking. The other words are very good, but there are 2 points that are wrong. You need to correct them. Firstly, I am not a turtle. Secondly, Don't insult me with the words, Heavenly God. They are not worthy. Black Tortoise said indifferently. It's not a turtle, it's the turtle deity. Di Wuzheng hurriedly changed his words, but he cursed in his heart. A turtle demon actually said that he was born unworthy. The Black Tortoise smiled faintly. How could Di Wuzheng not understand what he was thinking? In an instant, buzz! An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted. A shadow of the Black Tortoise that was as tall as the sky instantly enveloped the sky. The 4 legs of the Black Tortoise were like heavenly pillars that stood between heaven and earth. Around the Black Tortoise, there was an immeasurable amount of seawater flowing back, as if it wanted to drown the heavens. Hiss! Di Wuzheng, who had been silently lamenting just now, immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the Black Tortoise's terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. In front of the Black Tortoise's terrifying aura, Di Wuzheng was so scared that he did not dare to move. Even the spiritual power in his body seemed to have frozen, and he could not walk normally. Bang! In the next moment, Di Wuzheng fell from the sky, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Oh! Then, Di Wuzheng's scream was heard. Due to the intense pain, Di Wuzheng fainted. Bring him back and let Master treat him, Black Tortoise said indifferently. Yes, boss. Fatty Rong Rong nodded. On the other side. In the 9 Phoenix dynasty, Xiao Chengtian's plan to work for Mu Jiehuang was completely destroyed. There was no longer any chance. Jiu, although your place is very beautiful and magnificent, there are so many swords and halberds. Do the people in your hometown advocate martial arts? Xiao Chengtian asked. Although there were many swords, spears, and halberds, it was obvious that they were defective. It was better to fight it out himself. Not to mention the legendary divine weapons of the immortal cultivators. It could only mean that the people in Jiuer's hometown respected martial arts. And should be. Mu Jiehuang stuttered. Her dynasty was indeed powerful. Of course, this power was only limited to her master and the lives on the Tianyuan continent other than her enemies. Compared to master, he was simply an ant. How about this? Let's go hunting. It just so happens that Taoist Big Sun has an interspatial ring. When you come, help me bring my bow and arrows. Xiao Chengtian said lightly. Last night his archery had just reached the great success realm. Anyway, he was in a bad mood now. He went out to get some wild boar and rabbits. It was a good time to have a picnic and relax. All right. Hearing that Xiao Chengtian wanted to hunt, Mu Jiehuang gathered the experts of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. 15 minutes later, everyone set off. Along the way, Xiao Chengtian didn't mind. Seeing so many people behind him, he was instantly filled with confidence. With so many people, it was very safe. It was just the right time to walk into the deep mountains and forests. There were many people and they could take care of each other. There would not be any danger. Hence, he decided to do it. On the way, Xiao Chengtian specifically looked for secluded paths or dark caves. Those places looked dangerous and he had to go there. Along the way, they met many pedestrians. Those passers-by were so shocked by our hunting team that they couldn't speak. Ha! Xiao Chengtian laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Shengguan Shuai Shuai, Zhang Feng Lei, and the others quickly smiled and replied. Yes, there were many people. This time, the 9 Phoenix dynasty's tribulation transcending experts had all appeared. With so many people, which sect was not afraid? As for the passers-by along the way, they were all experts who were transcending tribulation. They were figures at the level of sect masters. However, to an expert like Senior, he was just a passerby. That direction is not bad. It looks interesting. Let's go. Xiao Chengtian pointed at a deep valley ahead. The deep valley was filled with black trees. It was so eerie that ordinary people didn't dare to approach it. That was the Black Forest. Looking at the forest in front of him, the sect leader of the Rising Sun sect was the first to react. That was the most dangerous place in the entire victorious East continent. There were dozens of demon beasts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even the Nine Phoenix dynasty did not dare to provoke them. Could it be that the Nine Phoenix Empire is going to wage war against the Black Forest? The sect master of the Rising Sun sect was shocked and instantly disappeared. The news spread throughout the entire victorious East continent. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Help, the bow is too heavy. 1. Chapter 144. Help, the bow is too heavy. 1. The Nine Phoenixes are waging war against the Black Forest. Is that true? Taoist Master Zhaoyang, are you telling the truth? Are you lying to us? The Waterback Sect's sect master asked in bewilderment. I can testify that this is true. I can also testify that I still have the crystal ball. The other sect leaders along the way echoed. Even the sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect took out a crystal ball. Shao Changtian led the way, Mu Jiahuang followed behind, and the mighty experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty entered the Black Forest one by one. In just a few seconds, this video spread like lightning. In an instant, the entire victorious East continent shook violently. Other than the Nine Phoenix Empire waging war against the Black Forest, every sect had also begun to issue such an order. The person in the portrait must not be provoked. On the portrait was Shao Changtian. Every sect leader was trying to guess Shao Changtian's identity. After all, the person who could make the Nine Phoenix matriarch give up her leadership position was definitely a peerless expert. In the Black Forest, ghostly mist and black gas filled the air. From time to time, ghostly cries could be heard, which was extremely terrifying. If it was before, the experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty would definitely be extremely nervous. This was because the Black Forest was an extremely difficult bone to chew on, and it was not inferior to the Nine Phoenix dynasty. But now, there was no worry at all. With Senior here, these demonic beasts were nothing at all. As for Shao Changtian, he was even less afraid. There were so many of them, could something happen? It was impossible. Alpha, scout ahead. Shao Changtian only brought Alpha with him this time. Alpha had already grown into a prototype, so it was a good time to train Alpha's hidden wolf nature. Hence, he decided to do it. Alpha nodded and ran quickly. If Master asked him to scout the way, wouldn't that mean that he would get rid of those troublesome people? This was simple. Woof woof woof. Alpha ran and shouted. He had already been thrown into the Black Forest, and Shao Changtian began to lose his vision. Then, Alpha activated all his strength. Every bark was like the sound of the great Tao. In the Black Forest, those Tribulation Transcendence realm demons were so frightened that they returned to their original forms and slowly fled. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the Black Forest, the leaves swayed as countless shadows ran through the forest. For a moment, the people of the Nine Phoenix dynasty became vigilant. They all picked up their weapons and prepared to attack. Taoist Zhaoyang, Taoist Ritian, and the others who followed closely behind were even more frightened. They could clearly sense that countless demons were running. The real-time broadcast crystal ball in his hand was trembling. Are they going to fight? Heavens, stop shaking, okay? The picture is a little blurry. One by one, the tribulation transcending experts of the victorious East continent began to send voice transmissions to Taoist Sun Sky. Ritian activated his cultivation technique and steadied his right hand. The scene gradually stabilized. Look, it's the big demon elk. Big demon black bear. Also, I can't count them. Why are they all rushing out? This battle is going to be a river of blood. The experts of the victorious East continent all became nervous when they saw the demonic beasts charging out. They were all in demon form. These demon beasts were not to be trifled with. It was a showdown between transcending tribulations. There would definitely be many casualties. Master, do you need us to? Mu Jiahuang frowned and asked in a deep voice. With so many tribulations, even the current herd did not dare to take them head-on. No need. Sit down and rest. Let me do it. Isn't it Xiao Lu? A whole bunch of these is just enough for me to warm up. Xiao Changtian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. Yes. Mu Jiahuang nodded. With a wave of her hand, everyone sat down. Female, patriarch, did Senior come alone? This number is a little too much. Shengguan Shui asked in confusion. Yes, we know that Senior is very powerful, but isn't there too many of them? The others were also worried. They knew that Xiao Changtian's strength was terrifying and far surpassed theirs. However, the number of demonic beasts that ran out in front of them was like a tide, increasing. No need. Mu Jiahuang shook her head with a firm expression. Since Master said that there was no need, then there was really no need. In fact, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Can we finally see Master make a move? Outside the crystal ball, the sect leaders were extremely shocked. The Nine Phoenix dynasty was letting a mortal deal with the demon beast tide. However, before they could react, Xiao Changtian had already picked up his longbow. Not bad, good bow. Xiao Changtian nodded. This bow was given to him by the system along with this small courtyard. He had once wanted to use this bow to roam the world, but he knew that he could not cultivate yet. This was the first time he had used it. However, with his mastery of forging, he knew that this was a good bow. Whoosh! Xiao Changtian swung his slingshot, and a soft sound was heard. It's nice, nice is a good bow. Arrows. Xiao Changtian smiled. Although these animals could run fast, they were nothing in front of his archery skills. Master, thorough. Mu Jiahuang took out a phoenix feather arrow and handed it over. Xiao Changtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow was aimed at the black bear, which looked to be the largest. With a piercing sound, the speed was extremely fast. In that instant, even space distorted. No, this arrow directly crossed the dimension of space. Bang! The arrow suddenly killed Black Bear Demon Emperor. The power of the arrow even nailed the Black Bear Demon Emperor to the huge rock behind it. Hiss! Countless tribulation passing experts gasped when they saw this scene. The moment the arrows hit the Black Bear Demon Emperor, they could feel an unstoppable force. It was as if no one could resist or dodge that arrow. There was only death, only the outcome of being pierced. However, before everyone could exclaim in surprise, Xiao Changtian was on steroids. Seeing that his first arrow could kill a black bear so easily, wouldn't he be able to kill the other animals as he pleased? Whoosh! 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 Xiao Changtian shot out multiple arrows, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In just 15 minutes, Xiao Changtian had killed more than a dozen wild beasts. Only then did he stop. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will turn against each other. Hunting can only be done a little. If you hunt too much, it will destroy the ecological balance, which is not good. Senior, you? So powerful. Xiao Changtian turned around and saw the shocked faces of Shengguan Shui and the others. Just SOS. I haven't used my full strength today. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He had just warmed up. Come, hold the bow for me. I'm going to collect the spoils of war. Xiao Changtian handed the bow to Shengguan Shui. Oh. Shengguan Shui hurriedly nodded and took it, but in the next moment, a huge force crushed him. Help. The bow is too heavy. Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Di Wu Zhang's apprenticeship is coupled with immortal cultivators. Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Di Wu Zhang's apprenticeship is coupled with immortal cultivators. Oh, help. Senior, save me. This bow is too heavy. Shengguan Shui tried his best to shout. He was absent-minded when he held the bow, he was just shocked by Xiao Changtian's invincibility. However, when he took the bow, Shengguan Shui was crushed. Heavy. It was incomparably heavy. Shengguan Shui used all the spiritual energy in his dantian, but he could not move the divine bow at all. Haha, Shengguan Shui, you can't be serious. You were squeezed dry by Phantom last night? Zhang Feng lay by the side laughed. You bastard, hurry up and help me. Shangguan Shuai cursed angrily. He even felt a little suffocated. Beg me and I'll help you. Zhang Fenglei laughed. I beg you, hurry up. I'm going to die. Shangguan Shuai begged, his voice starting to become weak. Seeing this, Zhang Fenglei knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed and hurriedly raised his bow. However, just as he bent down and reached out to grab the bow, the heavy force caught him off guard and he fell down onto Shuai Shang. Oh! Shangguan Shuai let out another miserable scream. With a cracking sound, a few bones in his body broke. Fuck your ancestors. Zhu? Shangguan Shuai was being pressed down and he was in extreme pain, staring at the palm of Wind Lightning. The Wind Lightning palm was so frightened that its face turned pale, and it hurriedly stood up. Senior, your bow is too heavy, please save Shuai. Zhang Fenglei said anxiously, looking at Xiao Changtian who was holding a wild rabbit in his hand. Oh! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Although this bow was made of fine iron and the material was better, it shouldn't be that bad. Xiao Changtian picked up the bow and waved it in his hand. You guys should really train more. Your physical fitness is a little poor. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then, he put the bow back into the Great Sun Immortal's ring. Stay here for now. I might need you soon. Xiao Changtian instructed Zhang Gong. In the ring, Zhang Gong trembled as if he was nodding. Another 15 minutes passed. All the prey was taken over by the crowd. Xiao Changtan nodded with satisfaction and said, All right, 1 foot 11 inches teach you how to roast meat later. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the Black Forest. Outside the Black Forest, the Sun Sect leader, and the others were fleeing at lightning speed. It was too terrifying. What kind of expert was that? Killing a tribulation was like killing a chicken. The scene of Xiao Changtian hunting on the crystal ball was spread out again. Countless sects in the victorious East Continent fell silent out of fear. Mu Jiehuang was reprimanding Shangguan Shuai. Senior's item is a divine item, not something you can touch, understand? Mu Jiehuang was doing this for the good of Shuai and the others. She still remembered that in the small courtyard, she wanted to pick up Senior's hammer, but no matter what, she could not pick it up. It was Senior Black Tortoise who told her that only Senior could take it. Senior Black Tortoise? Mu Jiehuang was surprised. Beside Black Tortoise, there was an unconscious youth. Ding! Take the 5th official, Li Taibai, as his disciple. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Xiao Changtian, who was roasting meat, was stunned. Diu Zheng, Li Taibai, who is it? Xiao Changtian was confused. Why did he give a specific name this time? In the vast sea of people on the Tianyuan continent, finding 2 people was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Take your time. There's no hurry. Xiao Changtian calmed down and took things one step at a time. There would be a day when the mission was completed. If he couldn't complete it, then he would perish together with the stupid system. Jior, it's time to eat meat? Xiao Changtian picked up a rabbit leg and shouted at Mu Jiehuang. However, just as she looked over, she saw a young man with a delicate face lying beside Mu Jiehuang. He was as handsome as a girl. The young man seemed to be seriously injured. This time, Wang Miaoshou, Su Daji, and Jiang Beichen were not with him. Therefore, Xiao Changtian could only get up and go to the doctor himself, who asked him to have medical skills. Doctors were benevolent. Come, let me see. Xiao Changtian walked to the young man. Ding! The 5th is detected. The system notification sounded. Xiao Changtian was delighted. This is Di Wuzheng? This is my disciple? The mission this time is a little simple. Xiao Changtian smiled. This was the easiest mission he had ever received. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian took out a black pill from his sleeve. This was what he usually refined. The black pill was directly stuffed into Di Wu's mouth. After a while, Di Wuzheng opened his eyes. Where is this place? Di Wuzheng was extremely confused. He opened his eyes and felt that the forest in front of him was black. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows. Black Forest? This is the Black Forest. Diwu Zheng was shocked. Although he was only in the Golden Core realm, he had heard of the Black Forest. He hurriedly stood up to take the throne, but the scene in front of him shocked him again. He saw dozens of humans sitting in front of him. Those humans were roasting the corpses of the great demons. The flesh of the great demons sizzled and emitted waves of fragrance. Brat, it was my master who saved you. The black tortoise true essence transmitted to Diwu Zheng. Diwu Zheng finally reacted and quickly looked at Xiao Changtian. Thank you for saving my life, senior. The owner of the black tortoise? Oh my god, what kind of expert was this? He was almost on par with the Empress, right? When Diwu Zheng thought of this, his eyes lit up again. The senior in front of him was a human expert with a powerful cultivation base. He was definitely a match for the elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Senior, please save my friend's life. Diwu Zheng knelt down and cried. He kept kowtowing until his forehead hit the ground. It was red and bloody. Help! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Could it be that his disciple's friend was also seriously injured? All right, as long as you and your friend acknowledge me as your master, I'll make a move. Xiao Changtian said directly. The mission this time was very easy. He just needed to treat the sick and save the people. Delighted. Master, I'm willing. I'm the fifth most willing. As long as my friendly Tai Bai is still alive, he will definitely be willing. He doesn't want me to break his legs and kneel in front of you to become your disciple. Diwu Zheng was overjoyed. To be the disciple of such a senior, it was a great fortune. The brotherhood is deep. Xiao Changtian's mouth twitched. Then he asked Diwu to stand up and tell him what happened to Li Tai Bai. Senior, it's like this. Tai Bai was originally engaged to Bai Ling Shuang of Wushuang City, but the Bai family of Wushuang City publicly broke off the engagement and broke up the two of them. The Heavenly Sun sect behind him sent 2 elders to suppress him, and now Tai Bai is seriously injured. Senior, please be too white. Diwu Zheng cried. After Xiao Changtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Immortal cultivators are involved? Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Jiao, perfected De Yang, hurry up and shake her. Underscore. Chapter 146, Jiao, perfected De Yang, hurry up and shake her. Underscore I. Xiao Changtian's face turned serious. With the immortal cultivators involved, this matter was somewhat troublesome. On his side, there was only one powerful cultivator, Taoist Master De Yang, who was in the incarnation realm. What if that Heavenly Sun sect was very powerful? What if that Heavenly Sun sect had even more powerful experts? Tisk. Xiao Changtian wanted to curse. He could only blame himself for being too impatient. How could the system's mission be so simple? So this was where the pit was. This was the most difficult part when it involved the immortal cultivators. Don't worry, disciple. Since I've promised you, I'll help you. Xiao Changtian said helplessly. He had already taken in a disciple, so how could he retreat? However, this mission was too difficult and required careful planning. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian decided to return to the 9 Phoenix dynasty with the others. This was the 9 Phoenix dynasty? You are. Diwu was standing outside the main hall like a minion, looking at the Shangguan family in front of him with disbelief. My name is Shangguan Shuai, his name is Zhang Feng Lei, and his name is, Shangguan Shuai introduced seriously. This person in front of him was the disciple of a senior and would definitely become a mighty figure in the future. He couldn't be negligent. So, Shangguan Shuai gave a look, and Zhang Feng Lei hurriedly took a chair, Phantom served tea, and the others fanned and massaged their shoulders. It was very lively. Shangguan Shuai was surrounded in the middle, shivering. Although he had never seen these people before, he had heard rumors about them. Top experts. A tribulation transcending expert. As for the red-robed woman who followed Senior in, he didn't need to think to know that she was the 9 Phoenix matriarch. The 9 Phoenix matriarch whose name shook the entire continent. Taibai, come and save me first, I'm numb. Diwu shouted in his heart. In fact, he had previously thought that the matriarch of the 9 Phoenix clan was just a servant girl. Hiss. Thinking of this, Di Wu Zheng was even more shocked. An existence that even the 9 Phoenix matriarch called master, then master. He was no longer worried about Li Taibai. He was worried that his master would not accept Li Taibai. After all, Li Taibai was originally a genius, but his cultivation suddenly stagnated 3 years ago and gradually became immortal. Senior, do you think Li Taibai's cultivation is too low? No, when the time comes, I will definitely break Taibai's legs and make him kneel down and beg master, Di Wuzheng thought to himself. In the main hall, Xiao Changtian sat on a chair, holding a teacup, his expression solemn. Jiaoter, find someone to go out and inquire about this heavenly sun sect. Perfected De Yang, contact perfected Qing Yun and the others again and ask them to come. This matter is a little big. There's strength in numbers. Our next step is... Xiao Changtian analyzed methodically. Orders were sent out one after another. Yes, sir. Mu Jiahuang and Taoist De Yang looked at each other and agreed. The two of them did not expect Senior to be so humorous. The 9 phoenixes could destroy a small heavenly sun sect with a flip of their hands. Other people? However, when he thought of how Senior was hiding in the mortal world and playing around in the mortal world, it was normal for him to have such a playful attitude. Thus, the two of them began to shake him. On the other side, in the North Continent, the 5 elders of the Heaven Building sect were chatting with Uncle Zhang, discussing how to renovate Uncle Zhang's pigsty. Suddenly, he received a voice transmission from the Empress. The 5 elders' expressions changed. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry, we have something to do and have to leave the Great Sun sect? Elder Zhu Yi said. In another courtyard, the pavilion master of heavenly secrets was deducing the origin of the Dark Castle. With a solemn expression, the heavenly secrets mirror in front of him transmitted a message from the Great Empress. Senior wants me to go to the victorious East Continent. After receiving the message, the pavilion master of the secret pavilion turned into a silver light and disappeared instantly. Great Sun Sect. Reverend Zhongxian was currently guiding the disciples of the Great Sun Sect in their cultivation. He spared no effort. The sect master was biased. You didn't guide our own people but guided the Great Sun Sect's disciples first. And the disciples of the 3 sects were envious. As for the disciples of the Great Sun Sect, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. During this period of time, Forefather Scarlet Sun had directly broken through to the Saint Ruler realm. Qing Yang, the disciple of the Great Sun Immortal, had also reached the nascent soul realm. Their overall strength could completely replace a 4th-rank sect. Suddenly, the communication talismans of the 3 of them lit up. It was a message from the Great Sun Immortal. Senior wants us to go to Central Continent. In the next moment, the 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of light and began to hurry. Such a scene happened in many places, such as the Blue Cloud Sect, the Divine Sound Sect. Within Nanbu Continent, when Maniac Chu of the Beast Tamer sect received the news, he immediately went out in full force. Countless demon beasts rushed towards the victorious East Continent like a tide. Along with them were the sects in the Southport Continent that were on good terms with the Beast Tamer sect. In the Western Bull Continent, the Thunder Sound Monastery's ancestor, the leaders of the 4 major families, Wang Xiao, Lin Chu, and Yi Fan were all ready to set off. Without saying a word, they boarded the spirit ship and headed there. As for the extra Wang family, it was because they had drunk the prescription given to them. Wang Jingxian and Wang Jingtian, the 2 siblings, had directly unlocked the seals in their bodies and completely awakened their natural endowments. They soared into the sky and reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Moreover, he opened a bookstore for Senior. No one was dissatisfied. In the Central Heaven Continent, in the Nebula sect, Taoist Xingyun waved his long robe and disappeared instantly. Countless experts swarmed over like a tide. The entire Tianyuan continent shook. In the depths of the sea race, Countless sea demons built fortifications. Within the demon clan, the demon emperors sent people out to gather information. In the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask was also puzzled. Could it be that these people were preparing to destroy the dark castle? Give the order. All the secret guards will head to the dark castle. The entire Tianyun continent was shocked. East Victory State. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect had just returned to the secret room when he sneezed. He had a bad feeling that something big was about to happen. However, the most important thing was to issue the portrait of Xiao Changtian. As long as we don't provoke this expert, there shouldn't be too many problems. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect, Tang Ritian, was extremely glad that his sect did not have such a fool. During this period of time, all of you should behave yourselves. If anyone dares to do anything outrageous, die. Tang Ritian left after giving his orders. He was going to the Nine Phoenix dynasty to pay his respects to that senior. Now, whoever got to know that senior first and gained a good impression of him would be able to obtain good opportunities in the following period of time. At the same time, the other sect masters of the victorious East Continent all flew toward the Nine Phoenix. With the Empress as the middleman, it would be much easier for them to get to know the seniors. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. So many people, enough to support the scene. Underscore. Chapter 147. So many people, enough to support the scene. Underscore I. Tang Ritian circulated his Zhen Yuan and flew towards the Nine Phoenix. He wanted to be the first to kill Xiao Changtian. That senior is an invincible existence. It's my fortune to be able to befriend him. Our Heavenly Sun sect will prosper. Ha! Tang Ritian laughed loudly and rejoiced in his heart. That day he happened to pass by the Black Forest and saw Senior's divine might. Very quickly, Tang Ritian descended from the void and arrived in front of the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. Very good, I am indeed the first to arrive. Tang Ritian nodded in satisfaction. He was glad that he was more alert. However, the moment he entered, he was dumbfounded. The dense crowd in front of him was extremely lively. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, is the Empress here? The sect master of the Waterback sect asked. Our Waterback sect has hundreds of spirit meridians, and we would like to offer them to the Empress. Brother Wind Lightning, I have wind lightning pills here. Didn't you exchange them with your spirit meridians? 1 foot 11 inches, give them to you now. 10,000 Flower sect leader, Io, Sister Phantom, you're really getting more and more beautiful. You're tens of thousands of times prettier than me. Can you tell your sister who that expert is? Voices rang out. Each sect leader and tribulation-passing expert was trying their best to please Shangguan Shuai and the others. They all wanted to get close to Xiao Changtian. They had arrived 15 minutes earlier than the sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect. Grass, a plant. Damn it, why should I go back to the sect? Why don't you just come here directly? Tang Ritian's face was filled with despair. Right now, he was completely at the edge and could not squeeze in at all. Everyone quiet down. The Empress is discussing a major matter with Senior. Please calm down and drink your tea first. With a wave of her hand, the old woman threw out a spatial magic treasure to make everyone sit down and drink tea. Senior? To be addressed by the state preceptor like this, it seems like it's true. That person is really an expert. That kind of senior is far beyond my reach. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, the space fluctuated, and a white-robed Taoist Xingyun appeared in the sky. Senior Xingyun. Seeing Taoist Xingyun, everyone present hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists in greeting. Taoist Nebula was the most senior in the human tribe. Even the Empress was one generation behind him. Yes. Taoist Nebula nodded slightly and looked ahead. A monk in a gray robe suddenly appeared. It was the ancestor of Thunder Sound Temple, Kong Xiang. Kong Xiang, you old bald donkey, did you also receive Senior's message? Taoist Nebula asked. Amitba, yes. Kong Xiang nodded. The conversation between the two of them was not concealed. So all the mighty ones from the victorious East continent heard it clearly. Senior Xingyun, Senior Kong Xiang, these were the few 100,000 years old experts in the human race. I heard that these two seniors have broken through to the Deshang realm. Even they call that person senior? The group of tribulation transcending experts from the victorious East continent already did not know how to describe it. He originally thought that senior was someone of the same generation as Taoist Xingyun and the others. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. The Divine Sound sect of the Qingyun sect of the Northern Barren State has arrived. Heaven Building Sect. The 4 clan leaders of the Western Bull continents Shao, Lin, and Chu clans have arrived. Nanbo continent, the Beast Tamer sect, and the Changtian sect have arrived. While everyone was still in shock, the guards' shout sounded. The experts of the Northern Barren State, the perfected Qin Yun, Lian Shinin, perfected Zhong Xian, perfected Ba Shan, perfected Qiong Cheng, the 5 elders of the Heaven Building sect, and the Pavilion Master of Tianji. Chu Kuangren, the tribulation transcending expert of the Nanbo continent, Sikong Jian of the Long Sky sect, and countless demon beasts. Western Bull continent's Wang Jing, Wang Jingxian, Yi clan's clan head Yi Jingnan, Chu clan's clan head Chu Yangtian, Shao clan's clan head Shao Yen. Countless experts came. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. After this period of development, none of these people's cultivation was lower than the 7th stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. That's perfected Qin Yun. A few months ago, he was only at the 1st stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. How did he become at the 8th stage of the tribulation transcendence realm? When did Maniac Chu reach the 8th level of the tribulation transcendence realm? I've seen that junior of the Wang family before. He was only at the Golden Core realm before. The mighty ones from the victorious East continent looked at the people before them in shock. They sucked in a breath of cold air and were filled with disbelief. Qin Yun, your cultivation, one of the experts could not help but ask. Oh, senior gave me an opportunity and I broke through casually. Perfected Qin Yun smiled. Elder Zhui. Senior's guidance. Voices rang out one after another. The experts from the victorious East continent could not help but ask. However, the answers they received were all the same. It was an opportunity casually bestowed by a senior. Heavens, one also want this kind of opportunity. I want to break through from the 1st stage to the 8th stage in a few months. I must get on your good side. All the experts had firm gazes. At this moment, another 2 figures walked over, a man and a woman. The man had an axe on his waist, and the woman was undergoing tribulation. The 2 of them slowly walked over. Why does that man give me the feeling that he is difficult to defeat? He's clearly immortal? While everyone was puzzled, Jiang Beichen, Wang Miaoshou, and Di Wuzheng appeared in front of Yi Fan and knelt down. Greetings, eldest senior brother. This is senior's eldest disciple, Yi Fan. Taoist Nebula reminded him. After landing, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Yi Fan, that Yi Fan of the Western Bull continent's Yi clan, the former supreme being Bone Youth. Although they were not from the same continent, the East Victory continent was close to the West Bull continent, so he had naturally heard of Yi Fan's matter. For a first-rank sect, powerful intelligence covered almost the entire continent. They had heard about Yi Fan's supreme being Bone being dug out and becoming immortal, but he returned to the Western Bull continent forcefully. Hiss! That senior is truly unfathomable. The group of experts already did not know how to describe it. Not only was he saved after his supreme being Bone was dug out, but his cultivation had also far exceeded the tribulation in just a few months. While everyone was in shock, Xiao Changtan also walked out of the hall when he learned that everyone had arrived. The moment he walked out, he was stunned. So many people? I didn't expect Jiu'er and Taoist De Yang to shake so many people. He couldn't count. There are at least 200 people here, right? It's enough to support the scene. Xiao Changtian was delighted. Although perfected Qin Yun and the others were not as powerful as perfected De Yang, they were still immortal cultivators. With so many people, Their aura was enough. The next step was to arrange the troops. Chapter 148 Chapter 148 Li Taibai's Ring, Testing Shao Changtian. Underscore. Chapter 148 Li Taibai's Ring, Testing Shao Changtian. Underscore I. Senior. Seeing Shao Changtian come out, everyone bowed and greeted him. We're all acquaintances now. Why are you being so polite? Shao Changtian smiled faintly. He was already very familiar with perfected Qing Yun and the others. You are? As for the tribulation transcending experts from the victorious East Continent, Shao Changtian was a little confused. He didn't know them. Could it be that he's my fan? He found Jiu Er's hometown directly. The mighty ones from the victorious East Continent were overwhelmed by Shao Changtian's question and didn't know how to answer. Are you guys my fans? Shao Changtian asked. Fans? Yes, we are fans. Although they didn't know what the fans meant, the powerhouses from the victorious East Continent hurriedly nodded their heads. To be able to have a relationship with Senior, wouldn't they be able to take off if Senior casually gave them an opportunity? Oh, 1C. Jiu, you called your fans over to help too. Shao Changtian smiled. Mu Jiuhuang could only nod. Everyone, let's go now. Follow me. Shao Changtian said directly. There were so many people, but they were not afraid at all. Moreover, there was still the powerful Great Sun Immortal. Yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Although they did not know what to do, they still followed. Empress, what exactly happened? Where are we going? Someone asked curiously. Shoo, don't call me Empress. We are heading to Peerless City now. Also, Senior's identity is not something you can guess. However, Senior is a reclusive expert who plays around in the world. Therefore, you have to cooperate and pretend to be mortals. Do you understand? Mu Jiuhuang instructed. Instantly, the experts from the victorious East Continent who didn't know Shao Changtian understood. No wonder he had never heard of Senior's name before. So it's because Senior has been hiding in the mortal world all these years. Such a mighty figure loved to hide in the world and play around. Pass it down. We're all mortals. If anyone dares to spill the beans, we'll directly attack and destroy their sect. We are mortals. The sect masters of the victorious East Continent all silently recited this in their hearts, remembering their own identities. Very quickly, everyone took the spirit carriage and arrived at Wushuang City. Peerless City, what are you doing here? Tang Ritian frowned immediately. Wushuang City was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sun sect. Senior is here. Are you trying to promote my Heavenly Sun sect? Tang Ritian was delighted. However, Mu Zhuang's next words made Tang Ritian extremely angry. What? There are Xiaxianists bullying the people in Wushuang City? Tang Ritian was furious. Usually, he would ask the sect to control the immortal cultivators. Within the territory of the Heavenly Sun sect, mortals and immortal cultivators would not interfere with each other. But now, such a thing had actually happened. Investigate, investigate. Tang Ritian immediately gave an order to the elder. In the end, everyone stayed in a large inn in Peerless City. After finding a big house, Shao Changtian called Di Wu Zheng and the Great Sun Immortal over. Let's go treat Tai Bai first, then we'll negotiate with the Bai family. Shao Changtian said lightly. Di Wu Zheng and the Great Sun Immortal hurriedly nodded. As for Taoist Xingyun and the others, they stayed in the inn and waited for Shao Changtian's orders. Under Di Wu Zheng's lead, Shao Changtian carried the white tiger to a dilapidated courtyard. Li Taibai, who was covered in blood, lay on the ground, unconscious from his injuries. Master, Thai He, Di Wu's face revealed an anxious expression. Don't worry, Shao Changtian said calmly. With his great medical skills, he could tell at a glance that Li Taibai had just lost too much blood. He used the turtle shell and the blood-replenishing flower in the small courtyard to refine the pill. As long as Li Taibai took it, he would be cured. As expected, Shao Changtian stuffed the pill into Li Tianbai's mouth. After a while, Li Taibai woke up. Cough, cough, cough. Diwu Zheng, why haven't you run yet? Run quickly and find reinforcements. Li Taibai suddenly sat up with a shocked expression. Taibai, I'm back. I've brought back reinforcements. This is our master. Diwu Zheng was overjoyed when he saw Li Taibai's injuries improving. Master? Li Taibai frowned. That's right, our master. Diwu Zheng hurriedly reminded Xiao Changtian and bowed respectfully. Li Taibai frowned. Noticing Li Taibai's confusion, Diwu Zheng hurriedly smiled and said, Shizhuan, 1 foot 11 inches, tell him that you guys should go and rest first. I promise that Li Taibai will obediently acknowledge you as his master. All right, no violence. Xiao Changtian nodded and reminded him as he walked out of the courtyard. Yes. Diwu Zheng nodded. He was also a little puzzled. Why did Master remind him not to use violence? However, he didn't care that much. Taibai, let me tell you, our master is an invincible master. As long as you acknowledge him as your master, you and Bai Ling Shuang will be together immediately. Master also brought. Diwu Zheng told Li about the Empress and the other experts, as well as their experiences during this period of time. So mysterious. Li Taibai frowned, his face filled with shock. However, it was too shocking for him to believe it. Go out first and let me be alone. Li Taibai glanced at Diwu Zheng and said in a deep voice. All right. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I'll break your legs. Diwu Zheng nodded and walked out of the courtyard. Master, he needs 3 minutes to prepare. He'll come to take me as his master in 3 minutes. Diwu Zheng said respectfully to Lin Feng. Yes, Taibai, is his leg okay? Xiao Changtian nodded and asked. Inside the house. Li Taibai clenched a broken ring in his hand. Elder Yun, was the 5th person cheated? That person is just a mortal? Did Diwu Zheng fall into some kind of illusion? Li Tianbai communicated with an old man in the ring. In these 3 years, he had actually given all his cultivation to the person in the ring. This was an expert at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. After his body was damaged, his soul was placed in the ring. It doesn't seem like it. There's no soul imprint in the 5th soul. Elder Yun shook his head. How about this, in a while, you pretend to go out and become my disciple. One will use my divine sense to attack that person to test him. Don't worry, it's just a test. If he is a mortal, one will immediately retract my divine sense and won't hurt him. Uncle Yun suggested. All right. Li Taibai nodded and stood up. He put the ring back into his pocket and walked out of the courtyard. Disciple Li Taibai greets master. Li Taibai bowed respectfully to Xiao Changtian, but he pointed the ring at Xiao Changtian. In the ring, Uncle Yun's divine sense was instantly sent out, enveloping Xiao Changtian. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. This affects the elders of the Heavenly Sun. Chapter 149. This affects the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect. We have to think about it under Scry. 1. A faint trembling voice sounded in Li Taibai's mind. He heard the sound of Elder Yun's hand. All right, from now on, you will be my 4th disciple. Xiao Changtian held the cat in his arms while supporting Li Taibai with his right hand. Thank you, Li Taibai said with a frown. This was because he felt that he had suddenly lost contact with Elder Yun. His divine sense could no longer contact Elder Yun. What happened? Li Taibai was a little surprised. He tried to contact Elder Yun in the ring again. However, there was still no sound coming from the ring. It was deathly silent. Elder Yun had already curled up into a ball and was shivering in his ring. He had no time to care about Li Taibai. Originally, Elder Yun had sent out a gentle divine sense to pierce into Xiao Changtian's mind. Even if Xiao Changtian was a mortal, he would only feel a headache. It would not cause any substantial damage. However, when his divine sense was just a foot away from Xiao Changtian, he suddenly felt an even stronger divine sense. In his bewilderment, Elder Yun looked at the cat in Xiao Changtian's arms. In an instant, his entire soul trembled violently. It was a white tiger. the white tiger that stood on the boundless galaxy and let out a roar that could cause the stars in the sky to fall. The white tiger's eyes were cold as if it was looking at an ant. It stared at Elder Yun. This made Elder Yun feel like he was like sand. It was as if he would be killed in an instant if he moved. From then on, his soul would no longer exist. How could it be the white tiger? The divine beast white tiger was a legendary divine beast. The divine white tiger has always been arrogant. Why did it transform into a white-haired beast and get carried in someone's arms? Could it be? This person is really a peerless expert. Yes, it must be. White tigers would only submit to peerless experts and would never lower their heads to the weak. Thinking of this, Elder Yun, who was in the ring, was shocked. He actually wanted to test the senior just now, to test such an expert. He almost died. From now on, you will be my fourth disciple. What skills do you need to learn? Wait until the matter is resolved. Now let's first. Xiao Changqian's voice continued. As Xiao Changqian's voice faded, the white tiger retracted its divine sense. Elder Yun, who had curled up into a ball in the ring, felt the pressure around him relax. Elder Yun, what happened to you just now? Feeling Elder Yun's spiritual sense return, Li Taibai was delighted and asked hurriedly. However, Elder Yun did not answer him. He only said anxiously, "This is a peerless expert. It's your supreme opportunity to become his disciple. You can't miss it." Elder Yun emphasized this sentence more than 10 times. Immediately, Li Taibai frowned and was shocked. Was it really a reclusive expert? That was great. Disciple, let's go negotiate now. Follow me. Disciple, disciple? Xiao Changtian, who was arranging the negotiation plan, said again when he saw Li Tianbai in a daze. Yes, I'll listen to everything Master says. Li Taibai quickly agreed. With such a powerful master protecting him, he and Ling Shuang could finally be together. Li Taibai couldn't help but tremble in excitement. Disciple, don't worry. I'm here, don't worry. They had already arrived at the gate of the Bai family. Xiao Changtian saw his disciple's appearance and thought that Li Taibai had not recovered from the trauma of his previous injury. He immediately comforted him. Yes, master. Li Taibai nodded gratefully. Yes. Xiao Changtian nodded. He looked at the imposing great sun immortal beside him and became determined. Then, they finally met the head of the Bai family, Bai Ling Shuang's father. Li Taibai, what are you doing here again? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be beaten up? The Bai family head saw Li Taibai and frowned. He immediately shouted angrily. The surrounding guards even surrounded him. Humph! At this moment, the great sun immortal snorted coldly and sent a few guards flying back with his vital essence. Who dares to offend me? The great sun immortal said coldly. How dare these guards act presumptuously in front of senior? Or you want to meddle in Li Taibai's affairs? Master Bai looked at the great sun immortal and then at Xiao Changtian. Judging from their positions, Master Bai knew that the great sun immortal should be Xiao Changtian's guard. He looked at Xiao Changtian and asked. Xiao Changtian looked like he was about to make a move, so he was not confident. However, when he saw the great sun immortal's technique, he was instantly filled with confidence. He hugged the white fur and sat down slowly. He picked up a cup of tea and said, I'm Li Taibai's master, the Bai family's matter of breaking off the engagement. I'm also very Taibai's saying, you're doing the wrong thing? Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. He even suppressed his throat and pretended to frown. It was a negotiation, so of course he had to be full of vigor. Humph, so what if one break off the engagement? I've already given Li Taibai 100 taels of gold, enough for him to live without worries. Master Bai said in a low voice. No, I don't want to. Ling Shuang and one love each other. I don't want to break off the engagement. Li Taibai hurriedly said. This is not up to the two of you. The Bai family master shouted angrily again. Master Bai, this is your fault. Since they are in love, why did you stop them? Xiao Changtian said. The Tianyuan continent did not have any orders from parents or matchmakers. They were relatively open in this regard. My daughter naturally has to marry someone better. Young Master Xiao of the Xiao family is not bad. Don't make trouble for me. If you dare to make trouble again, I'll have the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect behind young Master Xiao take action. Send the guests out. Master Bai said coldly. He even brought out the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect and ordered them to leave. Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Xiao Changtian heard that the elder of the Heavenly Sun sect seemed to have an extraordinary cultivation base. Looks like we have to plan this out. Xiao Changtian thought to himself, but he could only stand up and say, let's go dash. Xiao Changtian led Li Taibai and the others out of the gate. Li Taibai asked in confusion, Master, are we just going to let it go like this? Li Tianbai was confused. Elder Yun had already said that his master was a peerless expert. Why did his master compromise so quickly? Disciple, we have to think about this matter carefully. Let's go back and discuss the plan. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Li Taibai was confused, but he was still dragged along by Xiao Changtian and went to the inn. Di Wu Zheng, what is master trying to do? Who else can we find? Li Taibai asked Di Wu Zheng in a low voice. You'll know when we get there. Hurry up and leave. Di Wu Zheng said impatiently. Helplessly, Li Tianbai could only follow. His heart was filled with sorrow until he entered the inn. Tai Bai, what's going on? Elder Yun's shocked voice sounded from the ring. Chapter 150 Chapter 150, The Stealing Plan Begins a Lie. Chapter 150, The Stealing Plan Begins a Lie. Inside the ring, Old Man Yun was dumbfounded. The soul state that had just recovered was quickly hidden in an instant. Taoist Xing Yun, Monk Kong Xiang, and another expert should be the 9 Phoenix matriarch you mentioned. Have they broken through to the Mahayana realm? And that mortal is even more terrifying. Also, these people are all trying to pass the tribulation. There are more than 200 tribulation passing experts. Elder Yun's shock was like a wave after wave. Li Taibai was dumbfounded when he heard Elder Yun's words. Taoist Xing Yun, Master Kong Xiang, 9 Phoenix matriarch, these were existences that he did not even dare to dream of. Even Elder Yun, who was in the ring, was not a match for them when he was alive, not to mention that they had already broken through to the Deshang realm. There were mortals who were stronger than the tribulation. There were more than 200 people here, and all of them were undergoing tribulation. Heavens! When Master said to take a long time to consider, could it be that he was bringing so many martial arts experts to take a long time to consider? Was he going to destroy the Heavenly Sun sect? Senior, please take a seat. Seeing Xiao Changtian come back, Su Daji hurriedly handed over a chair. She was tempted. The senior had actually called so many human experts from the Tianyuan continent for his disciple. She also wanted such a master. She had decided that after she settled Li Taibai's matter, she would acknowledge senior as her master. Even if one have to sacrifice everything, one will still become a disciple of a senior. As long as she became senior's disciple, she would be able to take revenge. All right. Xiao Changtian nodded at Su Daji and introduced Yi Fan and the others to Li Tianbai. Greetings to eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. End quote. Li Taibai bowed. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you can't solve, you can tell me. Yi Fan walked over and patted Li Taibai's shoulder. Yes. Li Tianbai hurriedly replied. He didn't quite understand what eldest brother was talking about. But the next moment, Elder Yun's voice sounded from the ring. I was discovered by your eldest senior brother. Elder Yun said in despair. What? Li Taibai was shocked. Your eldest senior brother is even stronger than those in the Mahayana realm. Elder Yun's terrified voice sounded again. When Li Taibai heard this, he was so shocked that he was numb. In less than 2 hours, he felt like he was dreaming. Looking at the many experts in front of him, he felt that it was a little unreal. Am I really dreaming? Li Taibai felt like he was in a trance. To confirm that he wasn't dreaming, he walked behind Di Wu Zheng and pinched his waist. What are you doing?" Di Wu Zheng cried out in pain and asked angrily. "Nothing. One just saw a mosquito. We're good brothers. Why are you so calculative, right?" Li Tianbai smiled awkwardly. In the middle of the table, Xiao Changtian had already started to plan his steals plan. "Qin Yun, besides Zhongxian, the two of you are both immortal cultivators. Although your cultivation isn't that great, it's enough for you to sneak into the room and steal people. The rest of the people, Jior, Yifan, Iran, Daji, you guys will receive them from the outside and prepare to retreat at any time. As for the rest of you, follow me to create chaos. Does everyone understand?" Xiao Changtian instructed meticulously. Yes. Everyone nodded seriously and treated it seriously. Of course, he wasn't serious about saving Bai Ling Shuang. It would be a piece of cake for him to bring her out. What they had to take seriously was to cooperate with their seniors and not give themselves away. At all times, they had to maintain their identity as ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be beaten up by everyone. "Senior, let's go and think about it." Perfected Qin Yun and the others moved to another room and started discussing. "Tell me, if we were to fight with the Bai family, how should we pretend that we are no match for them? Also, are we going to fight each other alone and lose, or are we going to fight one by one and pretend to be defeated? Also, what if I can't hold back and leak my true essence? Whoever dares to expose his identity and make Senior unhappy this time, we will destroy him." A group of tribulation-transcending experts discussed. Xiao Changtian was discussing with the great Sun Immortal. "Perfected De Yang, 1 foot 11 inches have to trouble you to help when the time comes?" Xiao Changtian said. "I'll listen to you. I'll attack whenever you want me to. This is a small matter." The Immortal of Dayang returned. Compared to the opportunity given by Senior, doing such a small thing for Senior was simply insignificant. When I go back this time, I will definitely draw a few paintings for you," Xiao Changtian said with a smile. The great Sun Immortal had followed him from the North Barren State to the West Bull State and then to the East Victory State. Which immortal cultivator would treat a mortal like him like this? Although he did not have any cultivation, if the great Sun Immortal liked his paintings, he would draw a few more for the great Sun Immortal. "Thank you so much." When the great Sun Immortal heard this, he was overjoyed. Senior's paintings were all divine workmanship and divine items. Just a single Nanming primordial fire portrait was already so terrifying. With a few more, the great Sun sect would be safe. Listening to everyone's discussion, Li Taibai, who was sure that he was not dreaming, finally understood that his master wanted to play a game. No wonder he had compromised so easily before. To be able to have such a state of mind for such a mighty figure, this is the true return to simplicity. In the Bai family. The head of the Bai family looked at his daughter helplessly. The room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. "Daughter, don't worry, Taibai is fine. He just has some master and he seems to have some strength, but I've scared them off with the name of an elder of the Heavenly Sun sect." Master Bai said in a deep voice. "That's good." Bai Ling Shuang nodded. "The Xiao family isn't someone we can mess with. So what if we're in love? We've lost to reality." Bai Ling Shuang sighed, and a drop of crystal fell down. Sigh. Master Bai sighed helplessly when he saw his daughter like this. However, there was nothing he could do. The Heavenly Sun sect was too powerful. If they disobeyed, the entire 1,000 members of the Bai family would be gone. He couldn't let 1,000 good people die with him for his daughter. "Hey, beauty, I'm coming." As the two of them sighed, a blue-robed young man walked in. It was young Master Xiao from the Xiao family. He pushed open the door and laughed loudly. He let Master Bai out and then pounced on Bai Ling Shuang. "Beauty, why are you crying? It's not a loss for you to marry me. What's so good about that Li Taibai? Come. Let's go to the bridal chamber now." Young Master Xiao walked towards Bai Ling Shuang, his tone filled with contempt. Bai Ling Shuang closed her eyes. What kind of person was Xiao Ming? He was a playboy who only coveted her beauty. However, could she resist? Xiao Ming's hand was about to reach down. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. The plan succeeded. Chapter 151. The plan succeeded. Fuck you. Xiao Ming's hand was about to touch Bai Ling Shuang. Suddenly, two large feet appeared out of nowhere and landed on Xiao Ming's chest. Xiao Ming rolled out like a rubber ball, smashing the door into pieces. Miss, sorry for offending you. Perfected Qing Yun and Maniac Chu each grabbed Bai Ling Shuang's arm and escaped through the window. Chase. Someone kidnapped your miss. Chase after her. Xiao Ming crawled up from the ground and roared angrily. Because he could not expose his identity, Perfected Qing Yun and Maniac Chu's kicks were only based on ordinary strength and did not cause any great damage. Xiao Ming grabbed Master Bai's collar and said angrily, "All right." The Bai family had agreed and gathered all the guards in the Bai family. All of you chase after them. Even if you can't find them, chase after them. The Bai family head shouted as he signaled the butler with his eyes. Yes, master, don't worry. We will do our best to chase after them. The butler winked as well. Who else could come and take his daughter away? Without even thinking, he knew that it must be Li Tai Bai. Master Bai felt that this Li Tai Bai had suddenly become smarter. He was always straightforward and asked for people in person. Now he knew how to be flexible. She was kidnapped in front of Xiao Ming. What does that have to do with the Bai family? My Bai family's people also went to chase after him, but they didn't manage to catch him. It just so happens that I don't want to marry my daughter to you. Humph, how dare you? You're simply lawless. However, he doesn't know that during this period of time, the great elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, who is also my uncle, is in Wushuang City. My uncle is at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Those two thieves should be prepared to die. Xiao Ming's expression was ferocious as he sent out a message. What? Hearing this, Master Bai was shocked. The great elder of the Heavenly Sun sect had come to Wushuang City. Oh no! The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect was a 7th level Tribulation Transcendence expert. He was invincible in Wushuang City. Li Tai Bai would definitely be discovered. Li Tai Bai would die. When the Bai family head thought of this, his expression darkened and he immediately said, "I'll go look for him too." After saying that, he quickly ran out of the courtyard. He wanted Li Tai Bai to leave before the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect found him. Old man, do you really think one don't know what you're thinking? Die together. Bai Ling Shuang is fine. Within the Bai clan's courtyard, Xiao Ming sneered. The Xiao clan's guards had already set off, and the entire peerless city had been sealed off. He did not believe that these people could still run. Xiao Ming sneered as he slowly walked out of the Bai family's courtyard. Young master, we have found Li Tai Bai and Bai Ling Shuang in the inn. A servant of the Xiao family ran over to report. Very good. We will head to the Tongxiu Inn now. Eldest uncle will be there soon. Xiao Ming sneered. Yes. The Xiao family servant took out a flying shuttle, and the two of them quickly flew to the Tongxiu Inn. In front of the inn, the Xiao family had already surrounded the inn. A bunch of trash. When our young master comes, I'll kill you. Xiao Ming's lackey, the butler of the Xiao family, Xiao Bushing, placed his left hand on his waist and pointed his right index finger at the crowd with an arrogant expression. In fact, Xiao Bushing was even pointing at the crowd. You're a fortune-telling swindler. How dare you follow them? And you, old monk, do you want to die if you don't eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha properly? Little girl, you look so energetic. Your red clothes are so festive. Why don't you consider coming back to my house and being my daughter-in-law? I guarantee you won't die. The secret pavilion master, Master Kong Xiang, the 9 Phoenix matriarch, and the others were pointed at and reprimanded. However, they did not dare to retort. He could only endure it silently. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in any longer and would slap this Xiao Bushing to death. When that time came, it would ruin the seniors' mood to play the game. At that time, it would be terrible. Ah, a bunch of trash. Little lady, come with me. Xiao Busheng laughed lewdly as he stretched out his hand towards the 9 Phoenix matriarch's face. Mu Jiahuang stood rooted to the ground. She was extremely furious and had already reached the edge of anger. A mere ant actually dared to insult her. If it was in the past, this Xiao Busheng's soul would have long been destroyed. But now, she didn't dare to make a move. Master had not given the order yet. Mu Jiahuang was furious, but she could only endure it. Her hands were pressed against the edge of her thighs, forcefully suppressing the anger in her heart, and her body kept trembling. In Xiao Changtian's eyes, there was another scene. He saw that Jiao was already trembling in fear. I can't take it anymore. Let's fight. Although we have a numerical disadvantage, there's no other way now. Xiao Changtian thought. Immediately, he was the first to bear the brunt. Fight! Xiao Changtian shouted and picked up the turtle beside him, smashing it towards Xiao Busheng. Bang! Xiao Busheng's head was instantly blasted open by this smash, and he was directly KO'd. Am I that fierce? Seeing this, Xiao Changtian was overjoyed. He didn't expect himself to be so good at fighting. Holding the turtle shell in his hand, he recalled the hot-blooded times when he was fighting in a group in primary school. He felt courage in his heart and rushed into the crowd, smashing it with his eyes closed. Let's go too. The experts who had followed Xiao Changtian were delighted when they saw Xiao Changtian's order. He could finally make a move. Fuck him. As soon as he finished speaking, countless experts present rushed forward, punching and kicking like ordinary people. The scene was in chaos. Xiao Changtian held the black tortoise in his hand and fiercely attacked. Those servants of the Xiao family were knocked down one by one. In order to make the act more realistic, the other experts all took out their acting skills. On Taoist Xingyun's side, facing a tall servant of the Xiao family, he punched and even pretended to take a few steps back. Aya, this person is a little strong. Kong Xiang, come and help me. The two of us can subdue him together. Taoist Xingyun said vividly. All right. Kong Xiang hurriedly ran over. The two of them joined forces, one locking his throat and the other locking his arm. Only then did they barely defeat that robust servant. Fortunately, this robust man did not know that these two people in front of him were old monsters who had lived for 100,000 years among the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to boast even in the underworld. Back then, he had fought against Taoist Nebula and Master Kong Xiang, but he had been defeated by the two of them. The battle has entered the fanatical stage of the game. As for Yi Fan, he killed one with each axe. He did not need to pretend. He was immortal to begin with. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. In the end, Xiao Changtian won. There are more people than people. You can't beat us? One didn't expect that one could fight. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He was extremely satisfied. The plan succeeded. Let's go. The immortal cultivators are coming. Xiao Changtian ordered. Chapter 152 Chapter 152, Sect Master, Help I. Chapter 152, Sect Master, Help I. Let's run. The Xiaxianists are here. We can't beat them. That's right. Rumor has it that a cultivator in the Qi refining realm can fight 100 of them alone. We're not enough. That's right, that's right. Run, run. One by one, the usually dignified tribulation transcending experts fled like a swarm of bees. Among them, the leader of the Heavenly Sun sect ran the fastest. I must act more realistically and perform well to gain seniors' attention as soon as possible. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect thought to himself. His footsteps became even faster. Xiao Changtian and the Great Sun Immortal were responsible for covering the rear. Perfected Great Sun, almost everyone has evacuated. Let's get ready to leave. Xiao Changtian looked at Taoist Master De Yang. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal replied. I will obey all of your orders and follow you. However, Right at this moment, a burly man's voice rang out. Xiao Ming, who was riding a flying shuttle, had arrived. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. Boom! As that person landed, a huge crater was created in the street in front of him. The surrounding rooms collapsed like paper. It was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Immortal cultivators? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Was this the legendary high-level immortal cultivator? So powerful! Xiao Changtian stood still and asked in surprise. He looked at the Great Sun Immortal and asked in a low voice, "Is the Great Sun Jinren a match for him?" Hearing this, the Great Sun Immortal nodded. Although his cultivation level was low, he had the Nanming primordial fire diagram given to him by the senior. It could even kill the ghost-devouring vine, let alone a 7th-stage tribulation transcendence expert. That's good. Seeing the Great Sun Immortal nod, Xiao Changtian was instantly filled with confidence. The Immortal De Yang is still awesome. As expected, although the Great Sun Immortal was only in the divinity transformation stage, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate immortality. It seemed that there were not many people who were higher than the divinity transformation stage. Not to mention he still had Jior and the others who had already escaped. Envy. You dare to boast about a mere incarnation formation cultivator? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect stared at Taoist Big Sunday. He's only in the incarnation realm, yet he's so arrogant. Why don't you leave first? Taoist De Yang said respectfully to Xiao Changtian when he saw that the Great Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect was about to start a war. All right, I'm just a mortal. The aftermath of your fight can hurt me. I'll leave first. Xiao Changtian nodded, took the turtle and ran away. Uncle? Seeing Xiao Changtian leave, Xiao Ming looked at the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect anxiously. What if they all ran away? Don't worry, I'll kill him with a flip of my hand. Xiao Yuanshan, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, sneered and threw a palm strike at the Great Sun Immortal. The powerful palm force turned into a sun, as if it wanted to melt the Great Sun Immortal. When the Great Sun Immortal saw this palm, he was a little frightened. So this was the power of a tribulation transcending expert. Terrifying. It was terrifying. The Great Sun Immortal even closed his eyes and felt the difference between the two of them without any distracting thoughts. Uncle, he was scared to death by your attack? Xiao Ming laughed. Xiao Yuanshan also looked disdainful, and his expression became even more arrogant. That palm enveloped the Great Sun Immortal. He's already dead. Let's go after him. Xiao Yuanshan sneered. Yes, I am. Uncle is indeed invincible. Xiao Ming nodded. The two of them quickly left. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, a mighty river of fire spread out under Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Ming's feet. Terrifying flames engulfed Xiao Yuanshan's palm strikes. The sun was like a spark in the face of the river of fire, without any power. What is it? Nanming primordial fire. Seeing the river of flames, Xiao Yuanshan immediately realized that it was the Nanming Ignis diagram of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. It was not something he could deal with. In fact, some of the flames had already spread from his palm to his shoulder. Pissed. With a sound like sword chi, Xiao Yuanshan gritted his teeth and chopped off his arm. When he mentioned Xiao Ming, he immediately used the Heavenly Sun sect's formation to escape. You ran so fast. I haven't even fully unfolded Senior's painting. The Great Sun Immortal shook his head, put away the painting, and followed Xiao Changtian. This scene was witnessed by the Bai clan's master, who had arrived shortly after. Hiss! He gasped. He did not expect the Grand Sun Immortal to be so terrifying that he could seriously injure Xiao Yuanshan, who was at the 7th stage of the Crossing Calamity Realm. Fortunately, the Bai family did not do anything extreme that day. The Bai family head felt a lingering fear when he thought of his order to chase them away the day before yesterday. If he had made a move at that time, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. However, this person is Li Taibai's master's guard, then Li Taibai's master. Li Taibai's master should be a peerless expert, right? But Master Bai frowned and was puzzled. Since Xiao Changtian was so strong, why did he come to the Bai family to snatch her away? On the other side, Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Ming had returned to the Xiao family. Big brother Ming, what's wrong? The head of the Xiao family looked at the two of them and asked in surprise. I didn't expect that Li Tianbai would be able to find such a helper. I was too careless and didn't react in time. It seems that I need to contact the sect master and ask him to help, Xiao Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Immediately, the voice transmission talisman in Xiao Yuanshan's hand flashed and a message was sent out. Xiao Changtian and the others had already run out of Wushuang City. They came to a lake and sat down to rest. Taoist Big Son, quickly tell everyone how you defeated that person's. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect was the first to ask. His big eyes were filled with curiosity. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew him well, no one would have thought that he was the sect master of the Heavenly Sun sect, a well-known tribulation transcendence expert. That person called himself the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. I only defeated him with the Nanming Ignis diagram. The immortal De Yang said awkwardly. Everyone in front of him was a tribulation transcendence expert. He was really embarrassed to speak. Taoist De Yang is really fierce. He's the leader of the Heavenly Sect. Wait, Heavenly Sun Sect? You mean the Heavenly Sun Sect? Tang Ritian, who originally wanted to flatter the Great Sun Immortal like an ordinary person, was instantly stunned. At the same time, he felt hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him. He only felt goosebumps all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Tang Ritian, how do you explain this? Doubtful voices sounded. Tang Ritian was caught in the crowd. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Coincidentally, at this moment, the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. He was nervous and his hand slipped. The Great Elder's message was immediately opened. Sect leader, I met a person who used the Nanming flame diagram. He is seriously injured and needs help. Chapter 153 Chapter 153, Heavenly Sun Sect, Don't Be Afraid. Chapter 153, Heavenly Sun Sect, Don't Be Afraid. Done. Heavens! Their gazes were like heavy mountains, pressing down on Tang Ritian until he could not breathe. Her lower body was already wet. His cold sweat dripped onto the ground like raindrops. Grass, a plant. Tang Ritian's heart was as furious as thunder. He directly cursed the First Elder 100 times. He had long instructed them not to provoke the seniors and not to cause trouble. In the end, the First Elder was bullying the city. Moreover, he had even bullied the disciple of a senior. I'll go back and settle it now. It'll be very fast. It'll be very fast. 15 minutes. 15 minutes will be enough. Tang Ritian smiled embarrassedly. He stirred up the true essence around his body and turned into a stream of light, disappearing in an instant. On the other side, Li Tianbai was introducing Bai Ling Shuang to her master. Greetings, senior. After hearing Li Tianbai's explanation, Bai Ling Shuang finally realized how powerful this senior was. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked that nearly half of the Heavenly Fate Continent's experts had come. No need to be so polite. The two of you should take a break and recover your mood. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Then Xiao Changtian walked over. Hey, where's old Tang? Xiao Changtian asked. Master, he has something to do at home. Mu Jiahuang replied. Oh. Xiao Changtian nodded. Tang Ritian had indeed gone back to deal with family matters. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Xiao family's house. Sect Master, you came so quickly? That's great. That person is dead for sure. When the Great Elder saw Tang Ritian, he was overjoyed and stood up to welcome him. However, a powerful and round slap landed on Xiao Yuanshan's face. Xiao Yuanshan was sent flying backward. His face was swollen and his teeth fell to the ground. Because his front teeth had been knocked out, the first elder could not even speak properly. Sect Master, why did Li hit me? Xiao Yuanshan was puzzled. I hit you. Not only am one going to hit you today, I'm going to kill you. Tang Ritian kicked Xiao Yuanshan again. Tang Ritian directly sat on Xiao Yuanshan's body and began to attack. He swung his big fist in a circle, as if he was hitting rice cake. Each punch was fiercer and more powerful than the last. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Yuanshan's body was sent thousands of meters underground. Tang Ritian only stopped when he was tired. In the Xiao family, everyone was scared silly when they saw this scene. They stood on the spot and did not dare to move. Sect Master, why did Li beat me? Great Elder Xiao Yuanshan's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was barely breathing. Hit you? I've issued an order not to provoke this expert. One can't cause trouble. What about you? I'll commit both of them. Tang Ritian roared as Xiao Changqian's portrait appeared in his hand. The one from before? When the great elder saw Xiao Changqian's portrait, he instantly understood. It's good that you understand. Tang Ritian's voice turned cold as he slapped the head of the great elder again. The great elder was dead. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was so scared that he peed his pants. A foul smell came from under his body, and he crawled on the ground in a panic. There's no need for the Xiao family to exist anymore. Conniving at power and bullying the weak, I thought your Xiao family was dedicated to the people. Tang Ritian snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. A moment later, a mushroom cloud rose above the entire Xiao family. From then on, the Xiao family was removed from Wushuang City. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Ritian killed all the elders in the sect who were involved in this matter. That was why the Heavenly Sun sect released the news that they had already exterminated the evil Great Elder and the Xiao family. After doing all this, Tang Ritian dared to return to the resting place of Xiao Changtian and the others. Meanwhile, in the Bai family, Master Bai was ready to fight to the death. His daughter had left, and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect had been injured. The entire Bai family would be the target of the Grand Elder's anger. The Bai family was on the brink of death. Patriarch, let's fight. Yes, that's right. I'm a member of the Bai family when one live, and I'm a ghost of the Bai family when I die. We're not afraid, but we'll die standing. In the Bai family's courtyard, impassioned voices sounded. All right, let's fight. Master Bai's tone was firm. He knew that Li Taibai's master was a peerless expert. His daughter would be safe with Li Tianbai, so he let it go. At this moment, he held the long saber in his hand tightly, waiting for the Heavenly Sun sect's revenge. Old Master, something bad has happened. Master, something big has happened. Butler Bai ran in a panic, panting heavily. Are the people from the Heavenly Sun sect here? Master Bai gripped his long saber even harder. When everyone heard Butler Bai's report, their hearts trembled. Although they were not afraid of death, everyone was still afraid. No, it's the Heavenly Sun sect, Butler Bai hurriedly said. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Bai family's secondary staple food. It really is the Heavenly Sun sect. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Everyone from the Bai family shouted. No, it's the Heavenly Sun sect, Butler Bai hurriedly explained again. There's no need to say anything, Butler. My Bai family won't be afraid. Bai Ling Shuang's uncle said. Yes, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. The Bai family continued to echo his words. Butler Bai was speechless. Can you guys let me finish? Butler Bai roared. Everyone in the Bai family's courtyard finally quieted down. However, Master Bai interrupted him again. Don't say any more. One understand, I understand. After all these years, the two of them have feelings for each other. Even in the Yellow Springs, we will still be brothers. Butler Bai was speechless. You know nothing about hammers. Master, the Heavenly Sun sect has already dealt with the great elder Xiao Yuanshan and destroyed the Xiao family. Bai finished his sentence in one breath, not giving anyone the chance to interrupt him. How is it? Are you surprised? Butler Bai laughed. When the Bai family heard this, they fell silent. Looking at the silent crowd, Butler Bai thought that everyone was shocked and began to dance. The good news was that the Bai family was saved. However, the head of the Bai family and the stewards all sighed. Butler Bai has done his best for my Bai family for so many years. One didn't expect him to go crazy in the end. Hey, you two, send Butler Bai back to his hometown. We can't let him die. Otherwise, it'll be the Bai family's injustice. Master Bai sighed and ordered the two of them. Yes. The Bai family's assistant Food and the Bai family's younger brother nodded and carried Butler Bai out of the backyard. Chapter 154, Chapter 154. The Great Elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox Race arrives. _1. Chapter 154. The Great Elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox Race arrives. _1. But very quickly. Deputy Manager Bai and the other two brought Butler Bai back. Master, what Butler Bai said is true. Everyone on the streets was discussing this matter. Patriarch, well, no, once we go out. The two of them were extremely excited. The Bai family's head frowned. A person had gone crazy. He had really gone crazy. But the three of them were talking about this matter. Could it be true? Master Bai gripped the knife in his hand tightly and walked out of the Bai family's courtyard. Master Bai, why are you holding a knife? The Shao family has been destroyed. Go and watch the show, passerby greeted. Really? The Shao family has really been destroyed. Master Bai listened to the noise on the street. How could he not understand that this was true? That's great. Hurry up and chase after the young miss. Don't let them escape, the Bai family master hurriedly ordered. They returned to the resting area. Senior, said Tang Ritian hurriedly to Shao Changtian, the Sun sect has already dealt with the Great Elder. The Shao family has also been destroyed. Now we can return to Wushuang City. Tang Ritian smiled sheepishly as cold sweat trickled down his back. He was afraid that Shao Changtian would destroy the Sky sect in the future. Oh, there's such a thing? Shao Changtian was stunned. Yes, indeed. That muddle-headed sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect only realized it now. Tang Ritian lowered his head in shame, not daring to face Shao Changtian again. He deserves to be punished. Shao Changtian nodded. Hearing this, Tang Ritian was shocked and sat down. However, in the end he was able to turn back and resolve the matter perfectly. It can be considered to have been handled well. Shao Changtian continued. Tang Ritian, who was sitting on the ground, heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death just now. Hey, why are you sitting on the ground and sweating so much? Shao Changtian turned his head and saw Tang Ritian sitting on the ground, panting. I'm fine. I'm just tired. Tang Ritian quickly shook his head and stood up from the ground. Shao Changtian frowned. He thought about it and realized that old Tang had been the fastest. It seems that old Tang's body is weak and needs to be nourished. Forget it, when we return to Peerless City, I'll give him a prescription. Shao Changtian thought. At this moment, the messenger from the Bai family arrived. Under the leadership of the Bai family, the group of experts rushed back to Wushuang City. Daughter! Father! Bai Ling Shuang and the Bai family had hugged each other. Their eyes were sparkling. Li Tianbai wasn't the only one suffering these days. His parents were also having a hard time. But now he finally got the moon. All right, why are you crying on such a joyous day? Tai Bai, Master will make the decision for you. 3 days later, it will be an auspicious day. Shao Changtian smiled. Thank you, Master, Li Tai Bai said excitedly. Thank you, Senior. Bai Ling Shuang blushed and nodded. 3 days passed peacefully. Shao Changtian woke up early and went to bed early every day while Mu Jiahuang fed the divine beast. During this time, the experts all asked Shao Changtian for a painting or something. Shao Changtian didn't reject anyone. These people were all good people. Even if he knew that there were cultivators, he still dared to step forward to help. What was a mere calligraphy painting to him? Also, Old Tang, your body is a little weak. This is an aphrodisiac pill I refined. Take it. You need this more than painting. Xiao Changtian whispered. However, the people present were all top experts of the continent. How could they not hear it? Everyone was covering their faces and laughing secretly. Yes, senior. Tang Ritian blushed, but he couldn't refuse the things given by his senior, so he silently put them away. Under everyone's strange gazes, Tang Ritian returned to his room. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He directly swallowed the yang-strengthening pill given by Xiao Changtian. In an instant, he almost turned into a sun. At the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. My has been completed. So easy. Tang Ritian's face was filled with disbelief. The aura of his breakthrough was naturally captured by the experts. So that's what Senior's aphrodisiac pill means. I also want one. Therefore, during these 3 days, many experts had asked Xiao Changtian for an aphrodisiac pill. Xiao Changtian didn't expect that even the cultivators in the cultivation world needed pills to maintain themselves in this era. Unlike him, who slept early and woke up early, paid attention to exercise, and was full of energy every morning. Stop, 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 stop. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed and spent some effort to make hundreds of yang-strengthening pills. Everyone thanked him and began to cultivate in their rooms to break through. On the same day, a middle-aged man in silver armor also landed outside the Bai family. It's good that those trash are dead. I'll do it myself. Su Daji, you must come back with me this time. The middle-aged man was the great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the second elder, Ghost Fox, and Tian Chang's soul jade plates had shattered, which made him extremely furious. He couldn't even bring back Su Daji, a soul formation stage ant. In his rage, he locked onto Su Daji's aura and came to the victorious East Continent. Senior Sister Iren, Sister Ling Shuang's wedding dress is really beautiful. Su Daji held Chu Iren's hand. The two of them had just returned from shopping. Yeah, I want to wear it too. Chu Iren looked expectant. The two of them held hands and skipped back to the Bai family. Suddenly, Su Daji's expression changed. He sensed the fox race's first elder's aura and immediately stopped in his tracks. Not good, first elder is here. Su Daji's face darkened. The terror of the great elder had been deeply imprinted in her heart. She could not defeat him. Flee, Su Daji, one sensed you. The great elder also sensed something and slowly walked toward Su Daji. However, at this moment, one after another, the aura of a breakthrough appeared as though it was drinking water. Each aura suddenly rose one after another. Each aura was extremely powerful. 9th level Tribulation Transcendence. How can so many people break through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? The first elder sensed the aura of many 9th level Tribulation Transcendence experts and stopped in his tracks. Based on his senses, there were at least 100 9th level Tribulation Transcendence experts here. Iren, what are you doing here? Senior is still looking for you. Maniac Chu walked out. Maniac Chu? The sect master of the Beast Tamer sect? When did he transcend the 9th level of the Tribulation realm? Seeing Maniac Chu, the first elder's face turned pale. The Beast Tamer sect was the unified enemy of the demon race. The first elder was extremely clear about Maniac Chu's realm. However, Maniac Chu in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Su Daji becomes her master lie. Chapter 155 Su Daji becomes her master lie. Maniac Chu. First Elder looked at Maniac Chu with a hesitant expression. The Maniac Chu in front of him actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the natural alertness of the fox race, which had helped him escape many fatal crises. But he was puzzled. He did not understand why Maniac Chu could break through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in such a short period of time. The 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence did not require money. A few months ago, the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the peak of the Tianyuan continent. Great Elder? What are you doing? Maniac Chu naturally noticed the fox race's first elder as well. A cold expression flashed across his face. The nine-tailed fox clan was a member of the demon clan. Especially the first elder. He had yet to settle the score for massacring the beast tamer sect's disciples back then. Humph! The great elder snorted coldly. His dangerous instinct told him not to fight with Maniac Chu. However, he felt that it was still possible to take Su Daji away in front of Maniac Chu. Seizing the moment when they were unprepared, he would take them by surprise. The great elder's expression turned grave. 8 tails appeared behind him and attacked Maniac Chu. However, Maniac Chu ignored him. Maniac Chu summoned his subdued beast. It was a huge rhinoceros. The scales on the rhinoceros' body were tight and delicate, emitting a cold light. With the breakthrough of the medicinal pill, the rhinoceros also arrived at the 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Ding 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 ding. The first elder's handle and tail landed on the back of the armored rhinoceros like raindrops, but they did not cause any damage. Don't even think about leaving today. The hatred of the beast tamer sect disciples from before can be settled. Maniac Chu stared at the great elder and said angrily. The armored rhinoceros let out a furious roar. That rhinoceros horn seemed to be about to pierce through the sky as it stabbed towards the 9-tailed fox race's first elder. Not good. First Elder's expression changed as he sensed the terrifying killing intent contained in the iron rhinoceros horn. Immediately, the First Elder's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. This was because he sensed that other than Maniac Chu and the armored rhinoceros, there were more than 100 9th-level Tribulation Transcendence experts who were about to walk out in unison. He walked out of the courtyard in front of him. What happened? What a huge commotion. Xiao Chengtun walked out with the white tiger in his arms and asked curiously. Senior, the destruction of the world is only because the rhinoceros I raise has gone crazy. Maniac Chu patted the armored rhinoceros, and the armored rhinoceros quickly pretended to be crazy. I'll bring him down now. Don't let him hurt anyone. Maniac Chu led the armored rhinoceros and retreated. The others were staring at Su Daji. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the Crossing Calamity stage, everyone's cultivation had advanced further and their understanding of the laws had become more profound. With one glance, they saw through Su Daji's identity. However, Su Daji came with her senior, so no one dared to offend her. However, being stared at by a group of experts, Su Daji knew that her identity had been exposed. Senior, I'm actually a vixen. I lied to you. Su Daji knelt down. In front of so many experts, it was not a good idea to continue pretending. It was better to just admit it. Confess your identity and let Senior make the decision. Vixen? Well, no, right? So what if she was a vixen? Don't belittle yourself. Everyone was born equal. There was no difference in status. Immortal cultivators look down on us ordinary people, but we mortals can't look down on ourselves. Don't say that in the future. Xiao Changtian helped Su Daji up. Previously, when he called Su Daji a vixen, he was praising her figure and did not mean anything bad. Why was this girl talking about herself? This won't do. This. The other experts were stunned when they saw that Xiao Changtian didn't pursue the matter. So what if she's a vixen? Everyone is born equal? There's no distinction between high and low. Senior, do you mean that we humans and demons can coexist? An expert couldn't help but ask. The human race and demon race seem to have been irreconcilable existences on the Tianyuan continent since some unknown time ago. They both wanted to exterminate each other. How could they coexist? Everyone couldn't help but look at Xiao Changtian. What's wrong with that? Why can't humans and demons coexist? You people, don't be influenced by those cultivators outside. Xiao Changtian shook his head. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Xiao Changtian continued to explain. There are good people and bad people in the human race. The same goes for demons. There are good demons and bad demons. Good people won't harm people, and good demons won't harm people either. If they don't harm people, why can't they live together? There is only a difference in information between the human and demon races. Everyone listened on the side with a thoughtful expression. Everyone was a top existence on the continent and held a high position. They naturally understood the key points. But Senior, it's precisely because of this information gap that our two races have already accumulated a deep grudge. We're like fire and water, reaching the point where we can't tolerate each other. How do we solve this? Taoist Nebula stood up and asked. Isn't that easy? Let's find a middleman. For example, we can find a member of the demon race and let him understand the true intentions of the human race. Then we can go back and change the entire demon race. Wouldn't that be over? Xiao Changtian said lightly. Even though it would take a long time. However, as long as he did not give up, he would succeed one day. The cultural integration of the Blue Star had already proved this point. I see. Everyone nodded and looked at Su Daji with a profound gaze. So that was how it was. No wonder Senior had a vixen by his side. It turned out that Senior had already set up a trap for the human and demon races. Senior is righteous. Everyone bowed to Xiao Changtian. Even Su Daji's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. No wonder Senior was such an expert. He should have seen through his identity long ago, but Senior never mentioned it. It turns out that Senior actually treated me as an important existence between the human and demon races to turn hostility into friendship. Thinking of this, Su Daji could not help but feel a sense of pride. Previously, his goal was to take revenge. But what about after revenge? She had never thought about it before, but now she knew. She had a greater goal to look at. However, he was lonely and weak. His cultivation was still low. What should he do? Su Daji was confused again. Her eyes were drifting, but the moment she saw Xiao Changtian, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had found a lighthouse to move forward. Senior, only Senior, acknowledging Senior as his master, can do all of this. Thinking of this, Su Daji knelt down with a thud and hit the ground heavily. Only by taking a master like Senior as his master could he achieve all of this. A heavy and firm voice rang out. Senior, Su Daji requests to acknowledge you as her master. Chapter 156. Chapter 156. Return to the North Barren continent to get married, or head to the Central Heaven continent to open a bookstore. Underscore. Chapter 156. Return to the North Barren continent to get married, or head to the Central Heaven continent to open a bookstore. Underscore I. Su Daji requests to acknowledge you as her master. Su Daji's firm voice rang out. Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He was going to take her as his master just like that? I haven't thought of how to fool him yet. Bah, how could he use his 18 martial arts skills to conquer Su Daji? Now, Su Daji had become her master. However, with so many people around, shouldn't he be more restrained? Thus, Xiao Changtian imitated a mysterious tone and said, in that case, I'll reluctantly accept it. From now on, you are my 6th disciple. Yes, sir. Su Daji was overjoyed and quickly thanked Xiao Changtian. Thank you for taking me in, master. Your disciple will definitely not let you down. Su Daji's expression was firm. Since her master had set a goal for her, it was a great plan for the coexistence of the human and demon races. She had to work hard in this direction and never slack off. All right. Xiao Changtian nodded his head. His disciple's perception was very high. He was very good at talking. In front of so many people, he had given himself enough face. Congratulations to Senior for taking in a disciple. Senior is really righteous. All the experts congratulated him. Their senior was an expert, yet he had taken in such a disciple. The future of the human and demon races of the Tianyuan continent was bright. If that day really came, the overall strength of the Tianyuan continent would rise another level. They lived peacefully. During this period, the system's reward arrived. This time, the system gave him a golden arowana, a charm technique, a blade-catching skill, and a sword strike. He even generously gave her a pill this time, saying that it could make a weak person stronger. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian gave charm to Su Daji and caught a blade with bare hands to Di Wuzheng. Xiao Changtian gave Li Taibai the one-sword hit and the pill. Tomorrow was Li Taibai's wedding day. With a single strike and the help of pills, Xiao Changtian felt that his advice was enough. It's just that the name of this cultivation technique is a little too lame, although the Earth Dog Fist is also very lame. Xiao Changtian complained. The three disciples took the cultivation technique and were shocked. Su Daji realized that the ancient cultivation method of the nine-tailed fox tribe was only a small part of the charm technique. Di Wuzheng was wondering if he could block Li Taibai's attack with his bare hands. As for Li Taibai, he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this was a peerless sword technique and was incomparably terrifying. As for the pill, it was absorbed by Elder Yun in the ring. Elder Yun could even condense a phantom soul and no longer needed to rely on the ring. As expected, that senior already knew of my existence. Elder Yun said leisurely. The night passed. The next morning, the sound of gongs and drums was extremely lively. This was Li Taibai's big day. In the sky, neon lights flashed as rows of cranes flew under Maniac Chu's command. The streets were brand new, with all kinds of pearls and agates, shining with jewels and jewels. What was most surprising and enviable was the fact that over 200 experts congratulated him in unison. This was a unique existence on the Tianyuan continent. The lively and festive atmosphere of the wedding lasted for a full day and night. Xiao Changtian felt gratified when he saw his disciple getting married. However, it was also sour. Yi Fan was married, and so was Li Taibai. Most importantly, these two disciples were younger than him. For a moment, Xiao Changtian felt empty in his heart. I remember now. One have a fiancé. Suddenly, Xiao Changtian's expression became serious. His eyes lit up. He had a betrothal. That was what his father, whom he had never met before, had set for him. Until now, he had never seen his fiancée. Xiao Changtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not young anymore. If he was on the blue planet in his previous life, he would have reached the age where his parents urged him to get married. Previously, she was too poor to get married. His experience on the blue planet in his previous life made him understand that marriage without money was really impossible. But now, his bookstore was open. The North Barren Continent, West Bull Continent, and East Victory Continent were not only thriving, but they were also selling well. They were simply making a lot of money. Xiao Changtian didn't dare to imagine that he could have so much money. With money and a few disciples, Xiao Changtian felt that he could consider his marriage. After all, this stupid system was very unreliable. Who knew when this stupid system would open the path of invincibility for him? Xiao Changtian felt that it was better to be safe. However, we are currently in the victorious East Continent, which is the closest place to the Central Heaven Continent. If I go to the Central Heaven Continent to open a bookstore first, then one can go back. Xiao Changtian was conflicted. However, he looked at the old hen coiled on the ground, Alpha playing chess, and the green-haired turtle riding on top of Fatty Rongrong's head. There was also the kitten he was carrying, the monkey on the tree, and the ants in the grass. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. We can't earn enough money, we can't be too greedy. We'll leave tomorrow and return to the North Barren State. Xiao Changtian made his decision. As long as life was beautiful. Another night passed. The next morning, Xiao Changtian left with the turtle and the other demon beasts, as well as Taoist Big Sun, Yi Fan, and the others. As for Li Taibai, he stayed. When I'm newly married, I should be able to focus on the relationship between husband and wife and nurture the next generation. Under the guidance of Taoist Big Sun, everyone arrived at the transmitting formation of the victorious East Continent. Everyone, thank you for your help this time. Xiao Changtian looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Senior. The group of experts bowed to Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian sat on the teleportation array and returned to the northern wilderness. The northern barren continent is so good, the familiar taste of home. After Xiao Changtian returned from his travels, he felt like it was a lifetime ago. It seemed like that small courtyard was his home. He could only find a place to live there. Mo Tianji, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, as well as perfected Zhongxian and the elders of the Heaven Building sect, bid farewell to Xiao Changtian and returned to their own residences. Xiao Changtian also returned to the courtyard. In the pond of the small courtyard, a fish covered in golden red scales was swimming wantonly in the pond. Master, this is? Mu Jiahuang stared at the golden arowana in the pond and felt her sea of consciousness tremble. A golden nine-dragon soared into the sky and let out a thunderous roar. The golden color bared its fangs and brandished its claws, summoning the wind and rain. It was as if the myriad worlds in front of him were particles in the desert. Terrifying. It was incomparably terrifying. This was a divine dragon, the legendary divine dragon. It's just a golden arowana. From now on, you'll be called Golden Dragon. Change your name to Happy. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Chapter 157 Chapter 157, Xiao Changqian's Fiancé, 1. Chapter 157, Xiao Changqian's Fiancé, 1. It's really strange. After leaving for a few months, the house is still spotless? Those craftsmen from before are quite good. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He thought that it was because of the arrangement of the buildings by the craftsmen. Mu Jiahuang smiled and didn't say anything. He only looked at the chicken coop in the pond. Which one of them wasn't in existence like an ancient forbidden land? After he broke through to the Mahayana realm, he felt that Senior's courtyard was even more terrifying. I'm tired from the journey. I'll take a rest first. Jiu, help yourselves. Xiao Changtian hugged the white tiger and went to sleep. The rest of the people chose their own rooms. A few hours later, Xiao Changtian woke up in a warm fragrance. He sniffed and smelled a faint fragrance. It seemed to be coming from the woman's body. It's not Jiu Er's scent, nor is it Chu Iren's scent. Strange, who is it? Xiao Changtian stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Cracking sounds came from his muscles and bones. This period of time is indeed very tiring. Xiao Changtian smiled. He didn't notice that the kitten in his arms was frightened. Walking out of the room, he saw a figure. It was a woman in a long white dress. She had a graceful figure and was sitting in front of a stone table. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was quiet and sweet. It was as if he had come from the immortal realm. His entire body emitted a kind of ethereal and unfathomable immortal aura. And you are? Xiao Changtian walked over with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know this beauty in front of him. Could it be that he was here to look for someone else? I'm your fiancé. Xiao Changtian had just sat down when the woman opposite him said gently. Her voice was clear and beautiful, like the spring water in the mountain stream or the chirping of birds in the forest. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. My fiancé? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Where did his fiancé come from? Could it be the one that her father, whom she had never met before, had reserved for her? What's your name? Xiao Changtian asked. He remembered that his deadbeat father had once told him in a letter that his fiancé's family was all surnamed Lin. Lin Ruomiao. The white-robed woman replied indifferently. Her voice was calm, as if her expression had not changed for 10,000 years. Although she's beautiful, if she becomes an actress, she'll definitely be criticized for her bad acting skills. Xiao Changtian thought. After confirming the identity of the other party, Xiao Changtian said, Miss Lin is here. Do you want to cancel the engagement or discuss the engagement? Xiao Changtian explained the two situations. After all, this was the world of cultivation. What was the standard of a transmigrator in the immortal cultivation world? Breaking off the engagement. Even though he was a transmigrator, he didn't think it was a big deal to break off the engagement. It was already the year 9012. Times had changed. However, in order to avoid awkwardness, Xiao Changtian still said it. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful, he did not feel moved. He did not have any emotional foundation. He guessed that the woman opposite him was the same. Neither. My father has already prepared everything. We're getting married tomorrow. Lin Ruomiao opened her mouth. Her tone was still the same, without any change, like a pool of stagnant water. So direct? Quote. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He didn't know how to respond. This wasn't how novels were written. It should be tyrannical president instead. When did it become an exchange of identities? No. Just as Xiao Changtian was in a daze, Chu Iren ran out. She shouted. Why not? We have the orders of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Lin Ruomiao's expression didn't change as she retorted. No, it's just, I can't. You have to respect seniors' wishes. I can't let you do whatever you want. Chu Iren pouted and placed her hands on her waist, feeling very uncomfortable. Why? He was clearly the one who came first, alright. I think we should delay this matter. We should have a good talk. Xiao Changtian said. Am one such a casual person? You can do whatever you want to me just because you're pretty. Dream on. If one go to your house, wouldn't that be marrying into your family? Wouldn't that be a live-in son-in-law? Why should he be a live-in son-in-law? Others are the strongest son-in-law or invincible son-in-law. If I, a mortal, marry into your family, I will really become a useless son-in-law. No, absolutely not. Unless you marry over. When she heard Xiao Changtian say no, Lin Ruomiao's face, which had not changed at all, showed a trace of anxiety. However, it only appeared for an instant. Alright, then let's discuss it. You can state any conditions you have. We'll get married tomorrow. Lin Ruomiao said again. The cold voice kept ringing in her mind. She didn't have that much time. If he delayed any longer, his entire Lin family would lose their lives. At this moment in the Lin family, he was surrounded by a group of women. If Xiao Changtian was here, he would be able to recognize that they were the lady boss of the Happy Red Brothel. They occupied the entire Lin family. There was a pink light flickering in the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. Clearly they had lost their minds. No, absolutely not. Xiao Changtian naturally felt the urgency in Lin Ruomiao's tone and refused again. In his previous life, although he was not married, he knew a lot. If a woman suddenly wanted to marry him, she would either accept it or accept it. He was an honest man, but he could not be bullied like this. There was something fishy about this marriage. What do one have to do to make you agree? An anxious look appeared on Lin Ruomiao's face. This time, she was really anxious and she had already shown it. No. Xiao Changtian wanted to say no. However, the system notification sounded. Ding! The system's voice was like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Opening the body tempering path, wouldn't that mean that he could refine his body? This was a good thing. I agree. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed. The other party was looking for someone to take over anyway. When the time came, he would clean himself up and not have sex. Then they would part ways. It was just right. After all, the Tianyuan continent wasn't like the ancient times of the Blue Planet. It was normal for women to remarry. You agree? Hearing Xiao Changtian agree, Lin Ruomiao's face revealed a happy expression. Come to the Lin family tomorrow. Everything is ready. Lin Ruomiao stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. Then she bid farewell and left the courtyard. Senior, you agreed. Chu Iren's expression darkened. It was as if the sound of a broken heart rang out. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Xiao Changtian opened his eyes. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. Why is he so hard? Underscore. Chapter 158. Why is he so hard? Underscore I. Outside the courtyard, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. It was extremely lively. Most of the residents in Great Sun Town were mortals, and the Lin family was no exception. The Lin family's bridal escort team of more than 100 people had already arrived outside the small courtyard and were waiting quietly. On the treetops, a beautiful figure was sitting there. Who else could it be but Chu Iren? Iren didn't sleep the entire night. She sat on a tree outside the courtyard. She had already prepared herself to be a concubine when Senior got married. In the cultivation world, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. Xiao Changtian got up and Mu Jiahuang handed him a hot towel and breakfast. Yi Fan was chopping firewood. Wang Miaoshou was studying the flowers and plants in the small courtyard. Jiang Beichen and Di Wuzhang's swords clashed, producing clanging sounds. The turtle and the golden arowana each occupied a foot in the pond. Everything was so beautiful and peaceful. Just like Xiao Changtian. It was a good thing to be able to start body refinement. If he could obtain the indestructible body of Vajra before opening the path of invincibility, he would be able to live longer. Perhaps he could really survive this stupid system and wait until the day he opened the path to invincibility. Guy, please get on the sedan chair. The Lin family's butler walked in and said respectfully. Xiao Changtian nodded and sat on the bright red bridal sedan. It was only when he entered that he saw Chu Iren hiding in the room. Why are you here? Xiao Changtian looked at him in confusion. Senior, I've never been in a bridal sedan chair before, so one came to give it a try. It's so fresh. Chu Iren's face reddened when she was discovered. She averted her gaze and came up with a random excuse. You can't mess around. Even if one want to break off the engagement later, you must have the proper etiquette. When you reach the Lin family, you must quickly sneak down. Xiao Changtian reminded. Senior wants to break off the engagement. Chu Iren's eyes lit up. If Senior broke off the engagement, wouldn't she be the main wife and not a concubine? That's right. There's something fishy about this marriage. Leave quickly and don't get involved. Xiao Changtian analyzed. I see. Senior, don't worry. 1 foot 11 inches go down once we reach the location. Chu Iren's eyes lit up. Since Senior did not want to get married and was pretending, then he would wait for Senior to come out. What was the big deal? Besides, the Lin family made me stay up all night, so why can't one be sad and jealous? They all say that weddings are very lively. One can go and take a look. Chu Iren thought to herself, but on the surface, she nodded seriously, pretending to be extremely obedient. Young master, who are you talking to? Butler Lin asked curiously outside the palanquin. Nothing, one was talking to my cats. Xiao Changtian pinched the back of the white cat's neck, causing the white cat to cry out. Oh, Butler Lin nodded. Soon, Xiao Changtian arrived at the Lin Manor in a sedan chair. The Lin Manor was also in Daong Town. However, it was not the same street. Therefore, Xiao Changtian, who used to be an otaku, was not familiar with this street. Lin Manor is also a rich family. Xiao Changtian walked down from the sedan chair and looked at the Lin mansion in front of him. It was a magnificent mansion with green bricks and black tiles. One look and one could tell that it was a super wealthy family. It even seemed that he did not have much wealth compared to the West Bull, continent's king. However, the Wang family's Wang Jingtian was an immortal cultivator. A bloated man stood outside the door with a smile on his face. Nephew Xiao, quick, quick, quick. Your father and one have been engaged for 20 years, but the two of you haven't done it yet. Great, Now that you and Ruo Miao are married, one can finally rest assured. Lin Yuanshan, the head of the Lin family, said sincerely. Yes. Xiao Changtian nodded and walked into the small courtyard. There was a sea of people. In the bridal sedan, Chu Yiren turned into a blur, and with a whoosh, she leaped over the Lin family's courtyard wall. Hee hee, it's a piece of cake? Chu Yiren chuckled. It is indeed easy. In the next moment, a sudden voice rang out. In front of Chu Yiren, a few women, emanating powerful auras, immediately detained Chu Yiren. Chu Yiren was speechless. Who are you? Chu Yiren struggled and asked. However, he did not receive any reply and was directly thrown into the woodshed. We can't let outsiders ruin our plan, one of the women with a curvy figure said coldly. Chu Yiren was speechless. Sob, sob, sob. Senior, I was wrong. I should have listened to you and run. Yiren was locked up in the dark woodshed. She regretted it. A day of toasting made Xiao Changtian dizzy. However, with the help of the Lin family's little person, they entered the wedding room. Enter the bridal chamber. Butler Lin's deep voice sounded. Xiao Changtian walked into the room in a daze and immediately fell asleep. He fainted. You can come out now. Lin Ruomiao said coldly. The next moment, the lady boss of Yi Hong restaurant walked out. Well done. As long as you kill him, we'll let the Lin family off. The lady boss of Happy Red Brothel took out a pitch-black dagger. There were inverted scales and barbs on the dagger, and there seemed to be black blood flowing inside. All right. Lin Ruomiao nodded and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The lady boss of the Happy Red Brothel stared at Lin Ruomiao. She held an escape talisman in her left hand and a crystal ball in her right hand, recording the scene. She had received the order from her lord to grind the monarch transformation pill into countless portions and melt them into the wine. Then, he used a bewitching technique to control a 10,000th of the nerves of the Lin family to ensure that they wouldn't be noticed. They all toasted Xiao Changtian and got him drunk. After Lin Ruomiao confirmed that Xiao Changtian was unconscious, she dared to come out. As for the divine white tiger, it had long been lured away by the hundreds of black-robed men in the dark chamber. As long as he used this emperor-slaying saber to stab down, even ancient emperors would die. The skeleton god had already told him that Xiao Changtian could only be a survivor of the Low era. Stab down. The lady boss voice was vicious as she stared at Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao nodded and looked at Xiao Changtian on the bed with a hint of guilt in her eyes. After you die, I'll go down and accompany you. Lin Ruomiao said apologetically. Then, she steeled her heart and held the handle of the knife with both hands. She aimed it at Xiao Changtian's chest and stabbed it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Ruomiao's body swayed and the short knife in her hand fell to the ground. I can't stab in. His body is so hard. Just like steel. Lin Ruomiao said in surprise. Could it be that the transformation monarch had yet to fully display its power? 1 foot 11 inches stab him. The lady boss frowned. She felt that the transforming monarch had not fully displayed its power yet. The divine white tiger was about to return, and he couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, the lady boss picked up the knife and stabbed down. What is it? Why is he so hard? Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Lin Ruomiao fainted out from exhaustion. Chapter 159. Lin Ruomiao fainted out from exhaustion. The lady boss exclaimed. That stab contained terrifying true essence. It was almost all the power she had. She was also an expert in the tribulation transcendence realm. However, it pierced Xiao Changtian's chest. It was as if he had stabbed into metal. The black dagger only cut through Xiao Changtian's clothes, but it didn't go into his skin. No, why is it so hard? There was no reason. The monarch transformation pill has already taken effect? The lady boss was shocked. Roar. At this moment, a roar sounded from within the Lin mansion. That was the roar of the white tiger. You Continue stabbing. Don't stop. Otherwise, the entire Lin family will die. Even if we let the Lin family off now, we will return in the future. The lady boss ordered. She pinched the spatial talisman in her hand and disappeared instantly. Yes. Lin Ruomiao could only obey. How could a mortal fight with an immortal cultivator? I'm sorry, Xiaochang. Lin Ruomiao picked up the short knife and continued to stab. As for the Lin family, they had all died long ago. They had been killed by the people in the dark chamber. The people from the secret chamber of darkness had always been ruthless. How could they leave anyone alive? The white tiger roared. The assassins in the dark chamber who could not escape in time were all killed by her. Only then did he enter the room. In an instant, she saw Lin Ruomiao stabbing Xiao Changtian's chest with a black knife. Roar! The white tiger roared angrily. Its terrifying pressure that could destroy the universe instantly enveloped Lin Ruomiao. All! Lin Ruomiao shrieked and fell to the ground in fright. Yao Yao? Demonic beasts? As a mortal, Lin Ruobiao couldn't help but be scared by the divine white tiger. The white tiger raised its paw and wanted to slap Lin Ruomiao to death. However, it looked at Xiao Changtian and put down its paw. The white tiger felt that it was better to wait for its master to wake up before dealing with him. Just like that, the white tiger stared at Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao held the black dagger and knelt on the edge of the bed, not daring to move. At the same time, in Daong Town, the people of the Red House went to take control of the building overnight. The lady boss of the Happy Red Brothel led all the people in the dark chamber to retreat and hurriedly rushed back to the dark chamber. Master, the assassination failed. That person's body is as hard as metal. There's no way to attack him. The emperor's slaying saber didn't work. The lady boss knelt on the ground and said hurriedly. What did you say? Could it be that he did not swallow the monarch transformation pill? The man wearing the white skull mask asked in confusion. The emperor transformation pill was indeed effective. That person had already fainted. Even if one tried to assassinate him, he did not resist or attack me. The emperor transformation pill is indeed effective, the lady boss promised. Strange? He was an ancient emperor, and after consuming the emperor transformation pill, there was actually no effect? It shouldn't be. If we don't get rid of this person, he'll be a great threat in the end. A portion of the Tian Yuan continent's karmic luck has been stored in the Dark Castle. Let's create a crack in the door of antiquity first. The skeletal man said indifferently. Since he couldn't kill them, he would let an ancient emperor of the same level do the killing. If one didn't work, then two. It was still very easy for two existences of the same realm to hunt for missions of the same level. At night, it was as quiet as water, burying the blood. In the restless darkness, those who wanted to destroy were restless. Until the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone down and dispelled the darkness. Lying on the bed, Xiao Changtian felt the warm sunlight on his face. He rubbed his aching head and woke up. He opened his tired eyes. Chan Na opened his eyes and the white tiger shrunk back into a white kitten. Meow, meow, meow. The white tiger crawled to Xiao Changtian's ear and called out softly. Xiao Changtian rubbed the white tiger's head and sat up. But the moment he sat up, he was stunned. He saw Lin Ruomiao holding a black dagger in her hand. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with a terrified expression and was trembling. Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Changtian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and took 2 steps back. Hearing Xiao Changtian's voice, Lin Ruomiao finally reacted. White tiger, white. She looked in front of her in panic, but suddenly realized that the white tiger in front of her had disappeared, as if it seemed to have turned into the obedient white cat in Xiao Changtian's hand. This. Lin Ruomiao was stunned. What was going on? That was a great demon. Even the cultivators from before were afraid of it. Why? Why did such a terrifying tiger demon turn into a little white cat and jump into Xiao Changtian's arms? Why? Could it be? Lin Ruomiao's face suddenly became frightened as she looked at Xiao Changtian. Last night, Even if the Xiaxianists attacked, they couldn't hurt Xiao Changtian at all. She was suddenly shocked. An extremely terrifying thought arose. Xiao Changtian was also a cultivator, a very powerful one. He was even more powerful than those who threatened the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Ruomiao hurriedly stood up and explained. One was forced by the Xiaxianists. One had no choice. Lin Ruomiao cried and cried. However, Xiao Changtian didn't believe it. Even if he was forced by the immortal cultivators, they would still want to kill him. He was an ordinary person who had no strength at all. It would not be good if he was injured. Run! Xiao Changtian only had this thought in his mind. He would only be safe if he ran back to his own courtyard. Xiao Changtian strode out of the room. Lin Ruomiao saw Xiao Changtian walk out and quickly caught up with him. This matter needed to be explained clearly. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiao Changtian walked even faster. This was really self-righteous. Xiao Changtian sped up his steps and fled. Lin Ruomiao saw that Xiao Changtian was walking even more happily and chased after him with all her might. You run, I chase. The two of them continued to accelerate and soon arrived at the front courtyard of the Lin family. Only then did the two of them stop in their tracks. In front of him, there were corpses all over the ground. From the Lin family's master to the Lin family servants, there was actually not a single person who had been silenced. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. All. When Lin Ruomiao saw this scene in front of her, she was scared silly. As if he had been struck by lightning, he staggered and fell to the ground. The black dagger in his hand was also thrown far away. Father, mother. Lin Ruomiao burst into tears. But, didn't you say that you won't hurt my family? But. Lin Ruomiao looked as if she had gone mad. Her hair was disheveled all of a sudden. Because she was extremely sad, she screamed until she had no strength. Her face was pale and she fainted. Chapter 160 Xiao Changtian looking for guards. The birth of an ancient emperor. Chapter 160 Xiao Changtian looking for guards. The birth of an ancient emperor. This. Xiao Changtian was confused as he looked at the situation in the courtyard. How could he not understand that the Lin family was really under the control of the immortal cultivators? Lin Ruomiao was also threatened by the Xiaxianists, which was why she wanted to assassinate him. But why didn't I die? Why didn't the immortal cultivators do it themselves? Isn't it easy for the immortal cultivators to kill me? Xiao Changtian frowned. He was puzzled. He felt that he had to figure this out. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. What happened? Xiao Changtian lifted Lin Ruomiao up and placed her on the table. Then he took off his coat. And then he covered Lin Ruomiao's body. He then used the communication jade talisman given by the great Sun Immortal to contact him and asked him to bring a few disciples down the mountain to the Lin family. On the one hand, it was to bury the Lin family. On the other hand, it was for his own safety. There was the shadow of the immortal cultivators behind this matter. Immortal cultivators are so terrifying. He was just a mortal. How could he dare to offend him? After doing all this, Xiao Changtian walked in the courtyard. He was thinking about who was attacking him because he didn't think he had offended any immortal cultivators. Besides, he was just a mortal. If the immortal cultivators really wanted to kill him, why would they set up such a trap? It was simply taking off his pants and farting an unnecessary move. This matter was definitely not that simple. Why exactly? Xiao Changtian's face was filled with worry as he rubbed the white cat's body. Looks like I still have to combine the detective theories from my previous life. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, the image of a child in a blue shirt appeared in his mind. There are many motives for killing people, but in summary, there are only a few. First, it's robbery, not robbery. Third, there's hatred and conflict. Xiao Changtian thought about it and felt that the third condition could be ignored. He was just a mortal, well-behaved, honest, and didn't dare to get into conflict with anyone in the real world. other than beating the servant of the Xiao family with a turtle. After all, in the fantasy world, no one could have imagined that after beating the small ones, the old ones would appear. Xiao Changtian always remembered that he was just a mortal, a rookie. He had to live a low life until the end of time, until the system opened the path of invincibility for him. As long as he opened the path of invincibility, who would he be afraid of? As for lust, that's impossible. Although I'm indeed handsome, and loved by everyone. Even the readers in front of the screen will say, "Isn't he as handsome as me?" However, one made sure that one didn't do anything last night and that I'm still a virgin. Then we can only rob them. A bookstore? Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian was shocked. His bookstore had opened from the North Barren State to the West Bull State, and even had a branch in the East Victory State. He had already earned a lot of money. There must be people who were jealous. It must be those illegal peddlers who bought the Water Army assassins and came to destroy him. As long as he killed himself, there would be no new books in the bookstore. The old readers would get tired of reading them. By then, Changtian bookstore would be deserted. That must be it. The more Xiao Changtian thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. It seems that from today onwards, one will have to hide in my own courtyard and not come out. He also needed to strengthen the defense of the small courtyard. Xiao Changtian pondered. The great Sun Immortal and his disciples also rushed over in a hurry. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two also followed. There was meat to be eaten by working for Senior. They played a game with Senior. Senior only gave them opportunities. The three of them were now at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realms. Under Xiao Changtian's command, the disciples of the Great Sun sect buried the Lin family and built a tomb. At the same time, he brought Lin Ruomiao back to the courtyard. Then, he looked at the Great Sun Immortal. Perfected Great Sun, how many disciples do you have? I'll pay you to hire you. Recently, someone wants to kill me, so my safety needs to be guaranteed. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. Safe? The Great Sun Immortal was slightly stunned. Taoist Zhongxian and the others at the side spat out the tea they had drunk. Senior was joking again. What's wrong? Is my tea not good? Xiao Changtian was confused. Senior, no, the tea is delicious. We just choked. Perfected Zhongxian hurriedly explained. That's right. I choked. Yes. Perfected Qiong Cheng and Perfected Ba Shan hurriedly replied. Xiao Changtian frowned. He choked on water? Or the three of them together? However, the most important thing now was to hire immortal cultivator guards. Perfected Great Sun, I'm serious. Do you know any experts? I'll pay a high price for them to be my guards. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. Is there? Perfected De Yang had a look of defiance. In front of a senior who would dare to call themselves the former. However, since Senior wanted to play again, he could not cooperate, right? Yes, but some of them are wandering outside, and some are in seclusion. I'll go out and contact them. Senior, take a look and see if you have any requirements. The Great Sun Immortal asked cautiously. Request? As long as he has a good character and is strong, it's enough. At least, he's about the same as you, but he can't be too far off. Xiao Changtian replied. The Great Sun Immortal was an expert. He had never seen an immortal cultivator stronger than the Great Sun Immortal. In order to ensure his own safety, shouldn't he at least get close to the immortal De Yang? All right. The Great Sun Immortal nodded. After a few discussions, the Great Sun Immortal and the others left. As for the disappearance of Xiao Changtian's guards, it instantly spread throughout the entire continent. Senior is looking for guards? 1 foot 11 inches go. You bastard, are you stronger than me? Worthy of being Senior's guard. Senior's guard must be of the same rank as me. Fuck, I have a bad temper. If I'm not happy, let's fight. The same scene played out in several continents. Being a guard for Senior, it must be that Senior wants to play some game again. Playing games with Senior, There will be supreme opportunities in the future. The sect leaders were fighting to the death. The disciples were shocked and thought that it was a competition between the major sections. For a moment, they were in a panic. At the same time, in a foggy place, blue smoke shrouded everything, making it impossible to see clearly. There was a huge, ancient stone door there. There were bloodstains on the stone door. The bloodstains squirmed on the stone door, giving it a ghastly appearance. At a certain moment, an invisible force bombarded the stone door, causing a crack to appear on the stone door. In the middle of the crack, a stream of light flew out. I'm back. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.